7 minutes past the hour. Thank you for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show or watching the Rick and Bubba Show. Willamette could spend today. Bible study live today, noon Central, as we get ready for another day with you. Also, country song or it ain't's on the table this week. That could happen at any moment, so be standing by for that. A lot of great stuff you could win with the old Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget our website, rickandbubba.com. Go there. Click on the store. See a lot of the new merchandise, what folks are talking about. It's there. And you can navigate through rickandbubba.com. All the social links are on the homepage. The O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events are there. You can check out where some of the staff might be. It's at rickandbubba.com. Spell out and A-N-D. All right, well, the Good Time Gang is here live. Eddie Van Adler's right in there. He's got TV rolling. And over to my right, it's Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Yo.
Fired up.
Hey, your beard's coming on in.
You know, Amanda got on to me last night.
Oh, she did?
She said, hey, you going to do something? She said that every couple of weeks she'll say you need to do something about that. I don't think she likes it real thick, and then when it comes out and starts doing that little crinkle thing.
Duck Dynasty.
Yeah, and it's not that bad, but it is coming in.
Okay.
I think she just likes that, 5 o'clock shadow almost, and then when it gets way out here like this, she didn't like it.
Right. Well, it's coming on.
And the only
in.
reason I hadn't trimmed it's just been lazy about it.
Okay.
Last time I got a haircut, so I go right here, and I think Greg, you go right here too.
Right there.
Everybody goes right there.
And I had never done this before in any haircut place in my life. This was new. She's cut my hair. She does a great job, the lady over there. And I said, hey, out of curiosity, you trim up this beard? And she said, yeah, I can trim up the beard. And I said, I mean, just trim it up, mustache and all. Just I do all of it.
Oh,
she goes, I'll shave your neck and everything if you need me to. And I'm like, hey, why not? Let's just
do
get
it.
it all. This changes my day because I don't have to deal with it the rest of the day.
That's right.
And I got to tell you, that was very efficient, convenient. And so, but I can't run over there every time I need my beard shaved.
I know.
You
but
what
Amanda
I mean?
liked you that day.
And I need, yes,
get you one of them.
well, I do.
with a
Mine's
guard on
broke.
it?
That's the reason.
is
so
it?
I've got my nose trimmer's broke.
Come
and
on, man.
and they have been
Would
good
you choke
ones.
it down?
They've been really good ones.
Yeah.
But the beard trimmer it's not trimming like it needs to. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I got to get me. Matter of fact, there was a commercial on TV a minute ago about one, and I nearly fell for it and started going online to buy it.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah. So
We've
it's on
got
my mind right
we've
now.
got one at the house. The boys have their own, but for some reason they keep coming to mine. I don't know why. But it's got you got the little, like, to your point, you've got the little inserts you can slide on there at different levels or whatever, and little guards.
Yeah.
And so it's one of those things where, have you ever gone too low on the guard and you're like, oh wow, so I'm in now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We've all done
Like
that.
cutting the grass, you're like, oh wow.
When I purchase items like this, I normally go on the cheap route, and I can't.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
You gotta get a
I
pretty
know.
decent.
I've
You know
seen
what I
a
mean?
commercial for the one that's very
Yeah.
expensive.
I've wanted
I
to
know.
use the dogs one, the one we have for the dogs
Yeah,
one
well,
time.
it'll
That's
work.
pretty good.
It'll work.
Like,
It'll
honey,
work.
can I use theirs?
Yeah.
If I wash it.
Same concept.
Yeah.
Why not?
If you can get it quite low enough.
Right.
I got to get a new one. Got to get a new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Speaking of dogs, your video of Caroline, your oldest daughter, working with Coco, your new puppy, and it's already has it rolling over. That was pretty impressive.
That was impressive. And
Greg, she's
I had
directing it to roll over, and the
What
little
do you
puppy
do?
is
Just
rolling.
take
rolling.
Thanks,
How do you
send this
do
to
that?
Adler.
Take it and flip it?
No, Coco's like rolling over.
like literally on command,
Like this.
rolling over. And I was kind of making fun of it, I'll be honest, because I didn't
Yeah,
think.
because I saw her point at you like, see that?
She did. That's exactly who she was talking to in this, by the way.
And I thought, well, he's been telling her that'll never happen. Because
Well,
how old's the puppy now?
I mean, she's been training to do this for like 3 or 4 days. And I'm like, hey, we're throwing a lot at the puppy right now. I want to make sure we're using the bathroom outside. We've even got a bell on the door that the dog
that's
rings
good.
to let us know it's going out. Okay? Let's dial that stuff in before we teach it to roll over,
Right.
Or handshake. See, she's got Coco even doing handshakes at the moment.
yeah, but that's cool stuff. Like if you have friends over,
I know.
hey,
I know.
Coco, shake hands.
Let me see. I'm gonna send
Shake.
this to Adler because it is. I
thought
this
it was
is one of
funny.
those moments where I was like, whatever. There's no way you've got this dog to do this in 3 days, and then all of a sudden, I mean, she had it down too. It wasn't like it was one time and done.
Yeah.
Then Caroline started rubbing it in my face a little bit, like,
check
hey,
that out.
Check this
No,
out.
she pointed at you like,
Yeah,
see?
oh yeah. Well, of course
In your
it's not letting
face.
me email it to him.
That's okay.
Let me see if it'll.
Just
send it. I'm gonna try
just
to send this.
the audio of her commanding Coco to do it. And how about the little puppy? It's funny to see the little puppy like sit down and roll over. That's pretty cool.
Adler, I tried to send it to you. If not, I'll come in there in the break and airdrop it.
Yeah.
Speaking of dogs,
Yeah.
Chloe's 14 today.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. You know that's Lisa's Chihuahua.
No, it's yours too.
Yeah, I like her, but she really likes Lisa a lot better than she does me. But she likes me too. Don't
That's
she?
98 in dog
That's,
years.
I'm telling you.
Ooh.
That's the one I was
that
telling
drives
y'all
me nuts,
that
by
I
the
thought
way.
we were going to Douglasville, Georgia to get, but we were going to Douglas, Georgia, which is probably about a 5-hour difference. But
And you didn't know till you were rolling?
oh yeah, I was ready. We're almost there. No, I think it's Douglas, Georgia, not Douglasville.
Wow.
So that's a big difference from where I live.
How about you're in the shower, you're getting ready, and you're thinking, well, it's not that bad of a drive. It's only like an hour from here, and we can probably stop and get something to eat. Maybe even this will be a good deal. So you can shop a little bit right there at the mall while we're here, and then you get in the car and you're like, oh wow, so
Guys,
my day has completely
It was
flipped
a
upside down.
long way.
Mm.
And all we did is get there, pull up, pick the dog up, and turn around and drive right back.
Ooh.
But see, I don't. You go when you get the dog. But Lisa somehow, I guess the people you buy it from tells you has her birthday.
Yeah.
When she was born.
Right.
So she's 14 years, which I didn't think, man, that's old.
Yeah,
You
that
know?
is. Very
She still
old.
gets around pretty good.
Yeah.
She has her moments, but she gets
Now,
around pretty good.
is she?
You give her a bath, she gets a little
Yeah.
froggy.
Yeah.
She'll get to running.
Yeah. Adler was just showing some of Coco video, and we'll go to that in a second. But let me ask you. Well, let's go here, and I got to ask you a question.
Roll over. Good girl.
There it is.
See?
Did you say C?
Yeah, the C was
That was
her
directed
pointing at you.
to
I
me,
wish you
for
would have
sure.
been
Yeah.
the one that rolled
Roll
over.
over. You know the good. Roll over. Roll over. Good girl. See?
See, in your
Amanda's
in
laugh.
your face, Dad.
Amanda's laugh was disbleef too. She's
Yeah.
like, I cannot believe you
Right.
have
Got
done this
something
in
now.
a couple days.
Got something now.
So.
But back to Chloe. All right, is Chloe the way that some of ours dogs, where if Lisa's walking around, it's right underneath her the whole time?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And gonna lay beside her on the
No,
couch.
everything. I get up.
Now she does like me, but she's really like.
Now,
See,
14,
Lisa, you
can
know
she
why?
jump
'Cause-
up on the couch and stuff, or do y'all have to put her up?
No, we had to put her up.
Yeah.
She can't get up there no more. She used to could really jump high.
Yeah,
She would
yeah.
jump up on the bed, and that little. I mean, it was unreal. When she would jump off the bed, she would nearly fly out the door. But those days are long past.
Do you have
Okay.
little steps for her?
Yeah, we did, but she didn't really react to them very good. She tried them a few times.
Okay.
but
My parents
she-
have steps
Yeah.
for their dog, and like when the dog comes to stay with us, they bring the steps.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they have to have the steps.
Yeah, but I think one of the reasons she's also bonded with Lisa because she rode in her lap for about 6 hours when we went and got her that day, and I guess that initial bond was
Yeah.
a 6-hour ride with
Right.
a dog in your lap.
Right. And Lisa's probably the one that takes care of her and loves on her too.
Yeah, well, I take
I'm
care
sure.
of her, too,
No,
man. we
you,
get
you,
along good.
It's
man.
you and
We
Mr.
do.
Buddy. You're out
Yeah,
there.
well, now, yeah. Well, Lisa, she likes the buddy too, and Marty.
Uh-huh.
Marty was there this
Marty's
morning.
officially turned into your dog.
Nah, he don't stay there much. Believe it or not, it's weird. Marty comes at the times when I leave to come to work.
Yeah.
At 2:30 to 3 o'clock. That's when he's there, and then he leaves at some point. Lisa says he's still there when she leaves, but then when we come back in the day, he won't be there. Now on the weekends, every now and then he'll show up in the middle of the day. But I don't know what it is about that time of night, but he wants to be out there. When I leave in the mornings, he's there.
You think he's been out clubbing and he's on his way
I don't
home?
know. Sometimes he'll just be out there laying in the driveway. And then they
And
jump
Marty
on.
is the neighbor's dog.
Yeah,
But don't think neighbor because Greg doesn't live in a subdivision. It's
There's
like,
a set of woods between us
Yeah.
and Mr. Whiten, and that's where Marty he
Yeah.
just travels those woods. But
back and
but
forth.
Lisa loves all of her dogs.
Yeah.
But of course Chloe.
Yeah.
I mean, but and so if you, I guess you weren't wish happy birthday to a dog, but she's big milestone to be 14.
Yeah. I don't know if Rick's listening right now,
Yeah.
but if he is, you're going to hear about this.
Sure.
But I'm sure Chloe's asleep. But
yeah.
anyway.
Right. She didn't. Yeah, Chloe didn't hear it.
No.
But Lisa probably did.
No, probably not.
No? Okay. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Happy birthday to Chloe. Greg, lovely little dog.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
23 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. About just then, I apologize if there was some silence. I had the wrong channel up, and I could hear it because it was in queue, and I'm just kind of like, dun, 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 and I'm like, well, that's weird. Why am I not seeing the meters? So anyway, sorry about that. As we roll on back, we've got a number of things to talk about, and we just celebrated Chloe's birthday. Greg,
well, I don't know if we can go that far.
Greg and Lisa's 14-year-old dog, and is it Chihuahua all the way?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We thought she was going to be like 3 pounds, 4
Yeah.
pounds.
Right.
When you get them, you know how they
Yeah.
advertise
Oh,
them.
yeah.
She
Yeah.
she comes in about 10 to 12.
Oh, okay.
She's a little bigger than what we originally thought.
Gets a little heavy walking her around the house a little bit.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, she was always just bigger than they said she would
Right,
be.
yeah.
Because I had somebody explain it to me. This toy and all that. There's really no such a thing. They just try to breed the runts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They say technically there really is not a breed that is a
Yeah.
toy or mini.
Right.
But anyway.
What do you love most about Chloe?
What?
I'm just saying. I mean, when you spend time with Chloe, what do you love most about
We
her?
just hang out. She just sits beside me. She used to play games and stuff.
Do you like to pet her, or do you just let Chloe be
pet her every
Chloe?
time I see her.
Now, when Lisa is not around, does she follow you like she does her?
She'll come up and want to sit beside me.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she don't follow my every
You
step.
pick her up. and
Give
put
me
her
the
next to you.
voice when you talk to Chloe. What is it?
I usually get in a real deep voice. Chloe, we
Like, really?
No,
Or do you go, hey, Chloe?
Do you have a dog voice?
Please.
Yeah, there's Chloe. Thank you, Adler.
There she is.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I didn't know if you had like a Mr.
I'm
Buddy
sure I
voice.
do, but-
I'm sure your Mr. Buddy voice is more like, hey, boy, you know. And
Yeah,
I got,
depends on what he's
for some
doing.
reason, I got your Chloe voice like, hey, Chloe, Daddy's home.
Yeah, probably.
Huh?
Daddy's
No.
home.
Is that what you do?
No, probably not. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's your voice.
It's my voice.
Um,
It's your voice. You can do what you want to do.
All right, so Helmsy,
I feel like
Mr. Beard.
Yeah,
what
I
do
got
you
a question for y'all. So, and they've been doing this for a couple of years now. Any of these, a lot of the articles include this, and some blog posts, whatever. But anytime you're reading something, do y'all ever pay attention to how long it says it's supposed to take you to read it? Like 4-minute read, 3-minute read,
No.
8-minute read. Do you ever look at that?
No.
You're talking about a store. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
just
anything.
Some of the news publications are putting this
Okay,
out there now,
okay.
but a lot of blog posts and things that I will look at and read each day. They've started, and this has been going on for a couple of years, but they'll put how long it's supposed to take you to read
Oh,
it.
I didn't know that.
Okay.
So like I'm looking at this little article here now, and it says 4-minute read. Well, the reason I'm bringing this up, I'm clearly a slow reader. Because when I get into these things, it's
yeah.
not a 4-minute
never-
read
no,
to me. It's
no.
more like 6 to 8-minute
yeah,
read.
let's
to
add
me.
2 minutes to everything.
See, I
That's
don't
it.
want-
I think I've calculated. I even
Yeah.
timed myself. Like there was a 3-minute read the other day, and it took me about 4.5, 5 minutes.
Where
So
do you
I don't
see
know
that
how
at?
they
'Cause I'm not gonna
calculate
start
it.
looking at it because I don't want to know.
It's usually at the top left.
Okay. Because then
Or
I'll be
top
under
right,
pressure.
whatever.
I'll feel like that I'm not
Yeah.
at the right pace. Does that mean I'm a little off?
I actually took the time the other day. It was a 3-minute read, and I took my timer or stopwatch and I hit it, and I intently read, and it was like a minute and a half more than it needed to be, longer. So I'm a slow reader. There it is. I don't know how they they calculate it, but
You know,
and I
don't
get
care if
distracted a lot of times too.
Yeah, I have to back
That's
up,
part of
start
it.
over.
That's me.
Mm-hmm.
So-
Well, I've got something. I don't know.
I just wonder if y'all ever paid attention to that, and is because it does. Sometimes I will choose not to read it in that moment because if I see, here's what I figured out too. If it's 5 or 6 minute read or less, I'm in.
Yeah.
If it's 7, 8, 9, gets up to 10 minutes, I'm out.
Well, because
I'm done.
That's going to take you 20 minutes.
I know.
Right.
I mean, because you're a slow reader.
I am, Greg. I'm a slow reader.
I've never paid attention. I really don't want that pressure on me.
Right.
You know, I just do not know how fast I'm supposed to read that.
Speedy, you're reluctant over there. You've got something and you're reluctant to bring it to the
Well,
table.
no, it's just when I go over there and I try to do a little bit better, and let's say I forget my headphones, and some of the TVs,
which is an awful feeling.
It is, and even though Greg, I know with your eyesight and you need your glasses to see far away, you know your headphones, you're just listening to it, you can't see it.
I
it's
see
like
blurs.
it's turned into a podcast for you. But for
I
me,
can't read nothing going across the scroll. I tell you that.
and so I really, to be honest with you, it allows you to pass time, so you don't think about I'm running.
And you have to put a towel over your time on how long you've been running.
I'll look down 1,000
key.
times.
Or you'll stare.
That was so very helpful when you told me. Not that I do a lot of running, but just in general on any device like that.
It
That's
makes a
very
world of
helpful.
difference.
Yeah, I've noticed that I'll peak between 7 and 8 minutes.
I do too.
It's like I kind of want to know where
I'd
I'm
have
at.
to look.
Yeah. And then sometimes I'll peak too early, and I'm like, "Gosh, I got a long way to go."
There's
and then
nothing
sometimes you peak late, and it's like, "Man, I'm almost done. This is awesome." You know.
What about the times you look and it's 3 minutes? And you're
I
like,
know.
what?
You
I
know,
feel
it
like I've
feels
been
like-
running for 10.
Yeah. But the closed captioning is on a lot of the TVs.
Yeah.
And I've noticed I don't read fast enough to keep up with what's going on.
Oh, it's blowing by.
Yeah, and I'm like, dang it, what was that? You know, but now you're bouncing up and down running.
That's
too,
tough.
So you're trying to focus.
I don't
I don't
know.
have people read and run.
I don't. Well, you know what that means? Well, I'm not going to say it.
I don't
Because, you know,
wanna
they look
read.
like they're in shape, but are you really getting after it if you're sitting there reading a book while
I
you're
can't.
on the treadmill?
I can't do that.
How do you bouncing up and down and
I
stuff?
know,
How do
I-
you stay on the right line? I
Yeah,
mean, think
I
about it.
couldn't
I don't
It's
know.
like reading in the car.
Those ladies that do
Car seat.
walk fast, these the mall walkers on treadmills
Yeah.
that are over there.
Yeah.
They don't like
Some
us.
reason
They don't like us
I
at all.
noticed that.
They give us.
And I think
they
it's
give us
me
a
more
weird,
than anybody.
Either they give us a weird look, like they've smelled something bad, which I don't think we smell.
You are pretty loud though.
We bring volume, but
That
you
one
know,
lady, she really doesn't like it.
No, she'll look over at us. You remember she moved like 4 treadmills down
I know.
about a month ago.
Obvious about it.
I mean, like
It's
I
a big
can't-
deal.
I know, but yeah, we do bring volume. I'll give you that. But some days we're quiet and
She treats us
still-
like that old stinky guy over there
Yeah,
that
I
we
know.
move away from. There's one guy that stinks. We had to get our distance between us.
Of
and
course,
him.
we have nicknames for everybody.
Sure you do.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes, top of the hour. going into old Greg's playlist today.
Oh boy.
Is this what you listen to on the way home?
Yeah, skating.
The YouTubers. I'm so excited
that sounds
because he's
just
just
like
excited for another day.
I am.
Do you just live excited every day? Is it because you're going home to Chloe?
Hey, don't quit making fun of Chloe. I see what you're doing.
Well, no,
I hear your sarcasm.
If you're in the car,
Look, y'all don't have to fake it.
and this stinks for YouTube, I know.
right,
But if
go
you're
ahead.
in the car and this is on, do you leave it and start kind of rolling windows down and kind of kicking your foot a little
There's
bit?
some that you know that I'll stay
Yeah.
with longer. I mean, you know that I don't even realize that I'm staying
That's
with.
the point.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I would never even think about that song.
yeah.
But if
I
it
know
was on, I'm sitting here. I'm over here
Right.
playing the piano, and
It's got a little-
got my
it's
foot. Yeah,
snappy to you.
it does.
Yeah,
It's
it
a little
is.
snappy.
I'm gonna stand up,
That's right.
both of you.
Yeah.
It's 2 days in a row.
Stand in Hampton.
Hands in my pocket, owning it.
All right.
Yeah, look here, leaning back.
Got me some coffee and I
A
like
little
it.
coffee, protein bar.
I'm a little frustrated, particularly at you, because
National
you
Coffee
care.
Day, Bubba.
You care about these kind of things, and
I do.
you are.
Or he acts like he does.
Well,
See, this is where he can I be me? Huh?
and
Go
you're.
ahead.
I would think.
You be you and let me be me.
I would think you are the baseball guy.
Okay.
I thought he was a golf guy.
Well, I mean, I think he is that too. I've noticed he
I'm the
has
guy
moved
that-
into several things
Yeah.
that, and look, you've had boys that are still playing.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and so this is your world, and so you still. I mean, even though I keep up with the Braves and I look every
Yeah.
morning, especially this time of
Yeah.
year, to see where they're at in the standings and big series right now with Philly and
Right.
and all that. But there's something going on in sports right now, and no one, I don't think, is
Yeah.
talking about it, and it's bothering me. And I even questioned myself and had to look it up when I said it to you.
Right.
You questioned it when I,
I did.
brought it
I
up.
thought you were making it up.
The St.
I
Louis
still think he's
Cardinals,
making it
guys,
Yeah.
are on a 17-game
All right,
winning
I'm
streak.
looking this up. I think you're still reading it wrong.
17-game wins in
go.
a row. They
Let me
clinched
see
the
here.
spot in the postseason
That's a lot of
yesterday.
wins in a row.
It started.
I'm looking.
It started on September the 11th. And
Oh wow, it is. It is. Cardinals
it's-
win 17th consecutive game.
Okay, so now you had to have a news source before you actually believed
I did.
it.
I'm sorry.
Okay, and we discussed it off, but how do you look at that?
So they're
You
gonna
go,
play-
that's amazing, but especially baseball, the way baseball is,
Yeah.
you're going to lose. But have they used up all their wins going into postseason, and now they're going to lose? Because I mean, you can't maintain that. It's not possible.
Well,
So it's already settled what game they're going to play in? It says they'll play in the NL wildcard game on October 6th at LA Dodgers or San Francisco Giants.
You slow reader too.
No, I hadn't proofread it yet. I'm trying to follow it. You a-hole.
I thought hell's a slow reader. My God. Molasses.
Look, just because you don't care about my dad don't mean you got to be like all that.
Just, hey,
All right,
don't,
so-
don't- that-
What a-
you can't throw that out there.
I'll get
What a-
through it. He's
what in the
mine.
world?
He's mine. I'll get through it. Let's
Awful.
see here.
What's wrong with
Let's go.
All right, so let me throw these
I won't bring it
things
up, Mike.
at you here. So okay, all right. We remember because of the movie Moneyball that Oakland did this. They got to 20 games,
Was it 20?
and to your point,
Are you
Greg.
chiming in now?
Well, to your point, peaked too
You quit
early.
keep trying to read over there.
Well, no, I was just
They
kind
did. That's my point. What happened? They
That's
didn't
to
win
your
it.
point, right? They did not win it. All right, so and
You're going to
confused.
run out of wins.
Didn't
You
know
can't
this
not,
either.
The baseball gods are not going to let you
Let's
continue
see
to
here.
win.
did you
Not
know?
possible.
See, I thought that was the current record,
Mm-hmm.
modern day current record, and I didn't know that in 2017 the Cleveland Indians won 22 games.
I didn't know that.
You had no idea. Did you know
Okay,
that,
they
Speedy?
did-
You're not giving me anything.
I
on
am.
That.
Did they win
Did
the
you
World
know?
Series that year?
No, they did
I'm
not.
slow reading this article. Hold on.
He's on line 4.
No, so how far back were you? If you ran if you've run a 17
Cardinals. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
if you've run a 17 game winning streak, all
Yeah.
right, and that's where you are, and you're still 6 games back. How far back were you?
Wow.
My gracious alive. They're
Well,
still
then
6
again,
back
okay,
from Milwaukee.
Now they were owed these wins.
Yeah.
Because they maybe they just saved them and moved them to here because they didn't use them in the beginning if they were that far back.
So National League Central's where they land with Pittsburgh. You got Chicago.
That is
You got
amazing.
Cincinnati, St. Louis, Milwaukee. Milwaukee's in the lead. How about Pittsburgh's 35 games back? Good gracious alive.
I don't think they're going to make it. Joe.
But they have clinched the Cardinals an NL wild card berth, so they have it,
I actually watched a little.
and they'll
Braves
play. I
last
think
night.
either the Dodgers or the Giants.
Okay. I watched the Braves last night.
I did too.
the
I
Phillies.
was talking to my
watched
dad.
5 or 6 innings.
Actually,
For me, that's a lot.
yeah, they beat Philly. Yeah.
Didn't know McCutcheon played for the Phillies.
Yeah.
Didn't know it.
Mhm.
Cut his hair. I like that better.
So here's what's going
Made
to
an
happen.
unbelievable catch early.
Is it not amazing that these MLB pitchers? I'm sitting there watching, and their velo. I mean, they're
Yeah.
they're just,
they live at 97 like it's nothing.
It looks like they're just kicking their leg and
Yeah,
just
he
play.
look-
It just
Playing
throwing the
catch,
ball over
yeah.
across the room, and it's like 100,
Yeah.
97, 98.
They throw 97.
It's effortless. It looks effortless anyway.
know.
I'm sure it's
It does.
not, but it looks that way.
It's unreal.
I know their mechanics are to perfection.
They
Breaking
are,
ball,
but it-
82.
Yeah.
Goodness.
I know.
Good gracious.
Yeah, 97 and then snap it off to
Good night.
87.
Take a
All right,
sip.
so
I think I can get it.
here's my fear.
Okay.
My fear is that they play tonight, and because we've discussed it, they'll get beat.
they're going to get beat.
Okay. Well, it is a news story. We're just reading it now.
You like
Greg's.
the Cardinals, don't you? Ain't you?
Yeah, I like
he
them
goes,
a lot.
He goes back and forth between them and the Braves.
Yeah.
Braves are my first team, and if here's the thing
Look,
with
I get
Braves,
that.
you gotta have a backup plan
Right.
if you're an Atlanta
Yeah,
Braves
that's
fan.
a fact.
Okay, and so
Even when they're good, they're not going
right,
to close the deal.
Yes.
Man. They'll get close.
I know.
I'm an
I know.
analyst.
Yeah, I know, baby.
So, and then here's another one, great. When the Cardinals are done, I jump to the Dodgers.
Okay.
Really?
I kinda
So
like
that's my baseball.
I don't
move.
know that you can be a Braves and a Dodgers fan.
Well,
I both.
I'm
I don't
not,
know if
I'm
that's-
not at the same
I don't
time.
hate the
It's
Dodgers.
when
but
they
I don't
leave.
know if that's
so
like- I don't know about
Braves,
that.
all right. So they're out.
not gonna
I go
allow
to
that.
Cardinals.
I'm
When
not
the
allowing
Cardinals would. The good news is I don't report to you.
Oh, you
That's the
do,
good
and here you
news.
do.
Yeah.
No,
You're
no.
going to start.
You're not my daddy. You're not my baseball daddy.
About 15 minutes before we start every day, I want you to come to me. And,
me know.
I don't know if I'm gonna allow that. You to be a Braves and a Dodgers fan. That's
Why?
that's not legal.
No, he's
I'm
just
not at
saying
the
if
same-
the
I'm
Dodgers
saying-
are left and the
Buddy,
Braves are
he-
gone.
what are you, a
It's not
spokesman?
It's not
I
at the
kinda like
same
the
time.
Dodgers.
Are you representing him?
I'm not tomahawk
On his
chopping at the same time that I'm wearing a blue Dodger hat.
I know,
That's
but
not
just-
happening.
I don't
know.
mind
The
the hat.
only time it comes to me being a Dodgers fan is if the Braves are out and the
Nah.
Cardinals are
I
out.
don't know about it. I'm just saying.
You know who my fourth team is?
Oh, here we go.
You can't have four
If the
teams.
Braves are out and I've already forgot the team name.
The
Cardinals are
Card-
out and the Dodgers
Right.
are out. You know who my next team is?
Yankees.
Take a guess. No, I'm staying National League.
Okay.
No.
The Mighty Mets.
Tampa.
The Reds.
Oh, yes. Listen, that
That's
was
my-
now
that's my
growing up,
fourth.
that was my
That's
team.
my fourth
Mhm.
best team.
Oh,
I liked them, even though we were supposed to be for
See
Atlanta.
here,
Atlanta was
hold
so bad when I was growing up. You had to have another
Yeah.
team, and the
Yeah.
Reds were my team. I loved them.
you
Back
did.
when they were the big red machine.
Yeah.
Mm.
So there it is.
Oh, okay, never mind. Tampa. I don't know why I said they're American. So national.
I
So you
don't
got
even like
Atlanta,
Tampa.
Philly, Mets, Washington, Miami in the East. Atlanta's 3.5 up. They're playing Philly now.
Never liked the Phillies. Have never liked the Nationals. Sorry,
Mhm.
Ron Brown.
Yeah, and then
Well,
in
they
the
ain't even been
Central,
around
we
that
talked
long.
about that.
Yeah.
Milwaukee's
John
leading
Brown
that.
Expos.
St. Louis. And then in the West, you got San Francisco and the Dodgers, and that's who Milwaukee will play one of those two. That's pretty tight. That's only-
Milwaukee
I
has
mean,
had a really good year, and we give them nothing. And
Yeah.
probably, I really probably should have Milwaukee in my run of teams because
Mhm.
they're my kind of team.
As much-
but I've never
I
gave
always
them
forget
never
about
gave them
them.
anything. I
as
know.
much press
Them in
as the
Kansas City.
San Diego Padres
another one.
get, and you kind of were on a little Padres kick for a little bit.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're
it was,
just a
it was
fun
a
team
short
to
run.
watch. I don't
Can you believe
necessarily pull
they're
for 'em.
25 back?
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't
what
realize
happens when
that.
you have a bunch of superstars.
They look
on your
better.
team.
They
Can't
look
get
better
together.
than 25 back
Yeah.
with Tatis and all the guys.
Yeah.
I mean, that it does. They look better
what
than
I'm saying.
25 back.
I can say a foreign name.
What?
You did good with saying a
Did
foreign
I?
name.
Okay.
You- you're
Tatis.
slow reader, but you got that.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Look, we'll talk.
Tatis.
We'll talk about in the break. He's mine. I'll get it.
So
I don't know.
So I don't. I'm still. I don't. I didn't. I'm not giving enough to the Cleveland Indians in 2017, winning 22 in a row. I know I said that a minute ago, and y'all just pass it by like it's nothing.
No, it's just good. It's good.
And,
I mean,
and,
now that
and it is for sure thing that the Cardinals will lose tonight. They will
Yes,
not make
yes.
it to 18
No,
because we're
because
bringing it.
we
to
just
the
brought
table.
it up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'll give you that.
Sorry, Roderick. He's a huge.
All right,
Cardinals
there's your
fan.
MLB update.
Huge Cardinals fan.
Where
Lived
are
in
the,
St. Louis for a while.
Let me go back here. Where are the Yankees and the Red Sox? What's all that going? What's going on there? Let's see.
The
The
Red
Yankees
Sox
are
put on
making a
them-
run, and they got some pet turtle or something there.
I need the Red Sox to get their
All right,
weird
Tampa Bay's
uniforms off.
leading the East, and the Yankees are 7 back. Boston's 9. Wow. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. All right, guys, I know I read slow, but I'm going to try to get through this if you don't mind.
Boy,
This portion of the show is brought to you by allform.com/Bubba. You know, we're moving towards the fall, and I know we got teased a little bit here that, you know, the temperatures dropped a little bit, and now it's back up.
It's back up.
It's not as bad as it was, but
No, but it's back up.
yeah. But anyway, being comfortable in your own home is important. How about a new couch, chair, or sofa for the family room, your living room? Some of you starting to sit out more, maybe your screen patio area, you got a breezeway, or even your house at the lake or the mountain, whatever the case. Allform makes outstanding, high-quality, handmade, in-America furniture. They've got armchairs, sofas, sectionals, love seats at affordable prices. You know I love that. Ships right to your house, to your door from a factory in North Carolina. You pick the fabric, color, the leg types, whatever, the size of the sofa and the shapes. It's all up to you. Allform.com/Bubba. Furniture, it arrives fast. Ships always free. Just check it out right now. They've got new chair or sofa selections that you'll get in 3 to 4 days. Customize it exactly the way you want. And you don't have to worry about, oh my gosh, what if I don't like it? Because it comes with a 100-day free trial with free returns and a full refund. So you have nothing to lose. So instead of worrying about what we're going to do to get new furniture, go to allform.com/Bubba. Let them take care of you. And when you do, you're going to save 20% off anything you buy and get a forever warranty. That's allform.com/Bubba. That's important to put that /Bubba in there to save 20% off anything you buy, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
All right, let's go to break.
All right. You're something else.
Now
really
I want you
are.
to know what happened in the commercial break.
Yeah. Well,
Should
I know why.
let you know that at least I'm
No,
listening.
I
know
must
I don't.
not have been in
Time
here.
out, Greg. No, you were sitting right
I
here
bet it's
next
when I
to me.
got coffee.
No, it
No,
was
you
not.
haven't commented.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
remember it
yeah.
at all.
I may not
was
always
all fake,
respond
It
when
was.
you bring up stuff in the commercial break, but that's a sign that I'm always listening.
I mean, normally,
No,
like
I
if I'm
was-
getting given updates, like
I must
if
have
I get
been
an
getting
update on
coffee.
like my dad to y'all, this is what I hear.
That's not true at all.
Okay.
At all.
I wish you'd leave Mr. Wilburn out of this.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm just saying because that happened today. Didn't even look up. And so then
Not
I
true.
gave
I
you.
asked about
So then
it.
I gave you an update. There's a big lot of updates on him, and gonna have to miss next Tuesday, by the way.
Yeah. That's right.
And so,
fine.
and just thanks for all the prayers for my dad. I'm hammering these two here, but he's working through it. The cardiologists, hematologists, they're kind of trying to figure out
working
what's
together.
going on here. And so he's got an iron infusion today that my sister's taking him to, and then next Tuesday he'll have a heart cath to figure out if there's heart issues, and then another infusion next Wednesday. So thank you for all your prayers. And so we were talking about that, and I understand that's probably why you shut me out. And then I mentioned this story,
No.
and you even kind of commented on
I
it, which
don't-
now I know was charity.
I don't remember you
was.
mentioning
It
this
was.
story.
because
I
about
don't
20
think I was in
seconds
here.
before coming out of this commercial break, you went, "Look at this," and then you read
I
the
don't do
same
that a
article.
lot, though.
You
I
don't
do that a
You
lot,
don't.
but
You don't.
I-
But I know why now.
I
It was
honestly-
proof that you were giving him charity when he brought it up. That was the thing because
Well,
he did read
'cause I
it word
didn't
for
hear it.
word earlier.
Well, he keeps bringing a bunch of stuff up. I didn't know.
Well, that's
I
what
know,
we
well,
do
that's not a
before the
bad
show.
thing.
We
I didn't
bring
say
all
that
the.
was wrong.
We
That's
all
the
bring
way you
stuff
said
up.
That's right.
Yeah, I know that little shot at me.
I'm just saying I
bringing a
got
lot of stuff up.
No, I got most of it.
But that's
was
what
my
we do
point.
during prep. We bring things
I'll
up.
be honest with you. I'm mad at myself because I love stories like
Right.
this.
Well, go ahead and read it now.
No,
'cause
I'm
we
not.
haven't read it on,
I
on
haven't.
air.
I
I know you
haven't.
don't want me to read it.
I haven't studied it. Go ahead. I just saw the headline. I just thought it was a good headline.
Yeah,
If
no,
you've
it is.
actually-
It is a really good headline. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, a Bay Area woman allegedly started a fire that ultimately burned down 144 homes. You know what she was doing? She was attempting.
I know because I was actually listening
That's
to
a
him
good
this
point.
morning.
Okay, to the listeners, do y'all know what he's doing? She was attempting to boil bear urine to drink. Ever drank bear urine?
I have not. Matter of fact, I would ask
No.
if
Have
there's
not-
any
I have
situation where
not-
y'all would want to.
Have
drink
I
y'all
have
seen
beer.
not
this
had
picture
any
that-
urine at all, Greg, bear or otherwise.
You're right. That's a good thing. I don't know. Adler, he takes all kinds of supplements, and he has this big healthy regime. I wonder if he's got any bear urine he has.
I don't know. What,
So
what,
are
what
they
are
just
the
bullying
benefits
it?
from-
Are they just bullying it to get it down to the water,
Mm-hmm.
essentially? And you're just essentially drinking water at that point. Are they bullying everything out of it other than the water? I know that sounds.
Yeah.
I'm trying to simplify it over. I don't even know that that's possible, but is it truly once you boil it? Is it truly urine?
Yeah, I'm wondering what
we
is
got
the
it down
goal?
to water?
I mean,
I'm not a chemist. I don't know how this stuff works.
I apologize in advance for the potentially dumb questions, but here we go.
Okay.
All right. I'm trying to see. Okay, never mind. This is getting off track. I don't need to read that, but because
I'll tell you this: she burned down 144 homes allegedly because of attempting to do this. That's the story.
I'm wondering what her end goal was.
And how about when it gets away from you realize I can't control this fire?
That's a.
I mean, where'd she get bear urine?
There's no.
Guys, where do you get bear urine?
Do you order it like deer urine?
That's what,
I don't know. I'm sure. Is there an attractant if you're bear hunting? I would think maybe.
I don't know.
But I don't know that can you order it? Google that. Can I order
bear
urine? Somebody please Google that.
I think it'd just be easier to get a bottle of Dasani than it would be to try to get.
Yeah, no, they must have
a bear.
superpowers or something.
You think so?
Yeah, there's some major benefit.
But why would you have to boil it?
I don't know.
I'm gonna ask.
I'm Googling it. Bear urine. Bear urine benefits.
All right, go with that.
Is that you think that's good enough?
I like it.
A buddy of mine said that he drank.
Nothing.
He drank it. He drank it one time, but he could barely get it down.
That's funny. That's funny.
Pretty good.
In a weird, corny way.
It doesn't say anything about benefits. It just all the articles that come up are in regards to using as a predator.
Is this a fake story?
To get predators out of the way, or
we go to you for that, Greg. You got to let us know.
This may be a fake story.
No, I've seen it out there too, and I don't necessarily know if that means it's.
I mean, you're just taking up for Speedy for bringing it up. That's why I ignored it because I felt it was fake.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
You just instinctively went there.
Did you think his dad was fake too?
No, I did
thank you
not.
for that.
I knew that was a shot you'd like.
See, you're just
What?
encouraging.
I know. That's what we do, Greg. You'd be doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Yeah. We're kind of trying to make you proud. To be honest with you.
Y'all are doing a good job.
If y'all were to, do y'all like? I know you're kind of. Amanda has gotten into bird watching and all this kind of stuff,
goodness.
so you've been there. But this is kind of interesting here. A guy in a forest had a woodpecker land on his shoulder. After it flies off, he actually calls it, and it comes back to him.
No.
How about if you could call a woodpecker and it comes sit on you? Would that
That's
not be
pretty
awesome?
cool trick.
Huh? Yeah.
And he comes and lands on
Right.
your shoulder.
Wow, that hurt a lot of ears right
How'd
there.
you like that?
But y'all want to hear him call a woodpecker in? Huh?
Yeah.
If I could just stop all this music I got going. What the heck is going on here? All right, here we go. Hold on. What's happening? Why is the music going?
Is that how he calls?
That's impressive.
All right, there
Is
you
it
go.
quiet right?
I like
riot.
that song.
Hey, how you doing? That woodpecker, he's over there on that tree. I'm gonna see if I can get him over. Come on. Come on. There we go. There he is. Hey, buddy.
And it came and sat down right on
I wish it had went right inside his head.
Right.
Boy, how about when they get to hammering?
Hey.
It is unreal when you're in the woods and you hear it just
Right.
echoing.
Yeah.
Sounds like a machine.
I know it really. You ever been just sitting in the hardwoods and then see one land and it's just going to town on a tree? It'll kill about 15 minutes of your morning.
Oh yeah.
Huh? You'll be focused on that woodpecker just tearing that tree up.
I like hearing it.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. What you got over there?
I'll share it when we go to break.
Okay.
One of my buddies is up real early.
Yeah.
Got a good one I can't share.
I do want to tell y'all some more info about my dad so y'all can
Can't
be
wait to hear
prepared.
about it, buddy.
Yeah,
And
so,
I'll be praying for that
Helmsy,
for
you and
sure.
I go talk about it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba
Waking on
Show,
the
866 We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us.
Gonna be a big
A
star.
brand new hour has begun, and we start this hour with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Moving forward, Will of Meat is still in play, so that could happen again today. You might find a round of country song Art Ain't out there sniffing around. I mean, you never know. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler are all here and ready for another Rick and Bubba Show, and we hope you are too. And, part of the show always just includes what? Just includes talking with all of you. What do you want to talk about? You'll have those phone segments, so hang on to that number, 866 We Be Big. Across the way, there he sits, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. But most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Wow, a little common sense is needed out there in the world right now.
Yeah, it is.
Ain't a lot of it. Ain't very common.
I was sleeping with a loaded. That's for those of you not watching on YouTube, Money and Fame by Need to Breathe. And if you're watching on YouTube, you heard us sing it.
That's right.
So,
I
so
bet
there
that
you go.
was pleasant.
So I know we have a lot to unpack. I see it on the list today. We were wrapping up the live show yesterday,
And we turned. I remember the TV that I see this channel on, I must turn to my right in the studio, right over Greg's head. And I looked up and I saw it happens every day because we monitor Span's station here, the ABC affiliate. And I look, and sadly, that ABC affiliate carries The View. Mm-hmm. And I looked up, and I thought to myself, this can't be what I think I see. It led to an uncomfortable conversation that we can certainly keep between the guys. But I look up, and I see on The View Caitlyn Jenner. Mm-hmm. And I think, so they have Bruce Jenner, who now, of course, identifies as a woman. And he's sitting down with, of all group of women, The View. And I thought to myself, this has so many dynamics, and we will update it today, or we can go into it now. It had so many dynamics because I thought to myself, first of all, here are these mostly with. Do they even have a conservative voice on there anymore?
No, none of them can stay.
Not against in this segment. It was Jenner against all of them.
Right, but what I'm talking about is normally for a while they've tried to have one of the women be somewhat conservative, and like Bubba said, they usually never stay.
No.
Yeah, well, they realize they're just banging their head against the wall there, and
McCain finally said this.
Yeah, and I mean when McCain says, and
she's a moderate.
Yeah, I mean when McCain throws her hands up,
But anyway, so
just have the liberal view and go on with it. Who cares?
So picture everything my mind's having to put together. Yeah. First of all, here's the liberal women of The View, and then here comes Bruce Jenner, that I knew as a kid as this male athlete that really men desired to be. Okay, and then I look up and here he is now living as a woman, but yet she. They haven't handed out the pronoun here. Which pronoun do I use with this person? Can I just call this
Jenner?
This person wants to be called Caitlyn, so I'll say Caitlyn. That doesn't mean that I agree with all the ways.
Since it's my daughter's birthday, just call her Jenner.
I'm gonna call her Jenner, or him, or whatever it is. And I look up and I think, but wait a minute, Caitlyn Jenner is conservative in most political views.
Yeah.
And I thought, I wonder what this is going to be like. Well, I never looked at it again because, I didn't want to turn to salt. So we all moved away from that, and I come in today, and I realized that at one point it was everybody on Jenner, everybody on Jenner. Mm-hmm. I think it may be, now I'm only guessing by the headline here, that Caitlyn Jenner may have had the audacity to think you shouldn't mandate vaccines. Is that what happened?
Yeah, pretty much. The discussion was forced vaccinations, and Jenner landed on individual freedom and personal choice, and that they didn't like that.
Ooh. Okay, so let me ask you this:
I think they were test driving her to be a host.
Oh my goodness!
Possibly.
Yeah. Why not? So when I look on that, so remember, Bubba, because we've had fun with this over the years. Mm-hmm. We've had fun with if you go to the liberal worldview playoff, which teams are considered to be the Final Four in the playoff. And I guess what we noticed yesterday, based on the story, is transgender does not trump mandated vaccines. Mandated vaccines, we're matter about that. We will go after even a transgender person if they disagree with us on that.
Yeah.
So we see that mandated vaccine right now may be their national champion.
Right.
I mean,
it's really a newcomer.
No one can oppose that.
It's a newcomer to the liberal top four.
Yeah,
but
it really is. You're right. It's a new team.
It is, but it's not. I still think it falls under government control. It's just another chapter in we want the federal government to dictate everything they can to us, which is absolutely contrary to what the country was founded on and what many of us believe the country should be.
Yeah, and Jenner talked about, look, I'm fully vaccinated. It was my choice, and that's what it should be. But the liberal talking points, and we discussed one of them yesterday, it's the Christian thing to do to get it.
Don't know where that came from.
And the other one is it's a patriotic duty to help your neighbors.
When did the liberals all of a sudden become patriotic?
Yeah, those are the two talking points that the View landed on.
Wait a minute. When did they become patriotic? I thought this country was evil.
Well, we have, this is really bubbling up now in the NBA because the NBA is getting ready to start.
We got some of that today.
And the players' union and some of the players are pushing back on this. And we had a nice little speech yesterday
Yeah, I
from
wanna
one
hear
of the
that.
players. And he pointed out, he even addressed this. He said, love your neighbor also means loving people who disagree with you and respecting their position.
Yeah.
So, this is the liberals going, okay, we got to figure out some way to throw a bomb down the smokestack of the Bible thumpers. That's all it is.
Right. Well,
that's all it is.
But see, now they've got transgenders, and they've got they've got minorities that don't agree with them. They're kind of in a little bit of a playoff here.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. As we make our way back, so you have to deal with this. It's become the topic of the day. So now we are becoming a nation of the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. Now, once again, the natural antibodies people, even though there's been major attempts to address saying, actually to get through the pandemic, the people with the natural antibodies are playing just as big a role as any vaccination, and together we get to the point of herd immunity. Now, unfortunately, we have a president that has lost, having control of the mental faculties. So unfortunately, he said the other day that we need to get vaccinated at the rate of 97, 98% or something like that. That's not true. But anyway, so we have people now that are coming out. We told you about the Caitlyn Jenner thing with The View yesterday. They attacked Caitlyn Jenner because of having the audacity to say I'm fully vaccinated, but I don't think people should be forced to. And then we have LeBron James saying that he thinks everyone should have their own choice. So LeBron is not for mandates, and he certainly leans to the left politically. And then we have NBA star Jonathan Isaac. Now, this one has gone viral. Jonathan has had the audacity to sit down and calmly speak about how his view on this and why he has this view. And of course, he's going against the mob, and the mob doesn't like that very much. But so here he is, NBA star Jonathan Isaac, and of course, now keep in mind, here's how headlines work: Jonathan Isaac's anti-vaccination response.
All right, so I want to point out two things. I'll put both of them in show notes because I want to make sure that one of the videos he shares that his vaccine hesitancy. So he's had COVID and all that. And then the second video, he gets into the media and the anti-vaxxers, that he's not an anti-vaxxer. So there's there's both about 2 minutes. I think both of them are worth the watch. I know we don't want to sit here and play video all morning, but I think both of them are worth it.
Yeah.
All right, so which one do we have here? Just this is.
I think this is the first one, the hesitancy, when he talks about why he's not getting the vaccine.
All right, here we go.
Jonathan, Josh Robbins with The Athletic. What is it about the vaccine that makes you hesitant to get it?
I would start with I've had COVID in the past, and so our understanding of antibodies, of natural immunity, has changed a great deal from the onset of the pandemic, and is still evolving. I understand that the vaccine would help if you catch COVID, and you'll be able to have less symptoms from contracting it. But with me having COVID in the past and having antibodies with my current age group and physical fitness level, it's not necessarily a fear of mine. Taking the vaccine, like I said, it would decrease my chances of having a severe reaction, but it does open me up to the, albeit rare chance, but the possibility of having an adverse reaction to the vaccine itself. I don't believe that being unvaccinated means infected, or being vaccinated means uninfected. You can still catch COVID with or without not having the vaccine. I would say, honestly, the craziness of it all, in terms of not being able to say that it should be everybody's fair choice without being demeaned or talked crazy to, doesn't make one comfortable to do what said person is telling them to do. I would say that's a couple of the reasons that, I would say I'm hesitant at this time, but at the end of the day, I don't feel that it is, anyone's reason to come out and say, well, this is why or this is not why. It should just be their decision, and, loving your neighbors, not just loving those that agree with you or look like you or move in the same way that you do. It's loving those who don't.
So he's saying I've had COVID. I have natural antibodies, and the more we learn about that, I think that I have as much protection as I would have with the vaccine, and I would rather be in the natural antibodies already had it camp as opposed to taking a vaccine because there might be a small chance, but there could be adverse side effects for that. And I don't want to. I'm doing the risk benefit with me, and I don't think I need the shot.
Mm-hmm.
So
you got the second part.
Yeah, you want to go ahead? Let's hear it.
Yeah, okay.
Jonathan, Jamie Say, WKMG. Wondering if you can comment on the Rolling Stone article and your comments that appeared on that about you not getting a vaccination, why you don't want to get a vaccination.
No, it's not the same.
It's not.
Were you misquoted in that article?
Same interview, different question.
I would start by saying that I was pretty badly misrepresented in the Rolling Stone article.
And that's the one y'all have in front of you.
And because of that, I can understand anyone who may say they don't transparently or overtly trust the media.
Yeah.
In a frustrated tweet yesterday, I had noted that true journalism was dying.
Yep.
And to that, I would say that I appreciate every single one of you, those that try their best to correctly share the thoughts, the ideas, and the heart of the people that they're asking questions of. I'm not anti-vax. I'm not anti-medicine. I'm not anti-science. I didn't come to my current vaccination status by studying Black history or watching Donald Trump press conferences. I have nothing but the utmost respect for every healthcare worker and person in Orlando and all across the world that have worked tirelessly to keep us safe. My mom has worked in healthcare for a really long time. I thank God, I'm grateful that I live in a society where vaccines are possible and we can protect ourselves and have the means to protect ourselves in the first place. But with that being said, it is my belief that the vaccine status of every person should be their own choice and completely up to them without bullying, without being pressured, or without being forced into doing so. I'm not ashamed to say that I'm uncomfortable with taking the vaccine at this time. I think that we're all different. We all come from different places. We've all had different experiences and hold dear to different beliefs. And what it is that you do with your body when it comes to putting medicine in there should be your choice, free of the ridicule and the opinion of others.
Voice of reason there, friends.
Yeah, I mean,
wow, isn't that refreshing?
Yeah. Now let me ask some of you that are out to destroy.
Play the Joe Rogan video again, quick.
That are all out to destroy people who say my natural antibodies are enough for me. I'm not going to take the vaccine. I'm not comfortable with that, and I don't think I should be forced to. Those of you that love to go out and destroy and treat those people like they're backward. Does this person not come across like a pretty level-headed person? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Cook's Pest Control has been partnering with the old Rick and Bubba Show for years. We use them for our personal homes and also down at the farm. And let me tell you, they do an outstanding job. Fantastic job with pest control. Let's face it, not all pest control companies are the same. Cook's Pest Control, the best in the business. Put them to work for you. Also, when it comes to termite protection of your property, and when they put that Centricon system in, man, they've built a wall. I know, I guess those of you that are on the left, you won't use Centricon because you're anti-walls. But let me tell you this, if you don't want termites, get the Centricon system from Cook's Pest Control. And also put them to work on your monthly maintenance. They're the best in the business. They will give you an evaluation, and you're not obligated to use them at all. Just let them come out and they'll show you what they can do. They'll also, assess the situation, say, here's what's happening at your property. Here's what we think should be done. Here's the services we offer. Do that now by going to cookspest.com. That's cookspest.com. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and you can sing along with us. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control. All right, so we talked about Jonathan Isaac. We talked about the Caitlyn Jenner view thing, even though we do still have some video of that if we want to use that. But then we have former NBA star Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and suddenly I guess Kareem believes in kings and he wants to rule the world. So here's Jonathan Isaac, I think, walking Jonathan Isaac's commentary, because I even think some people on the side of I don't want to be forced to get a vaccine, some of them come across a little kooky, just being straight up.
Yeah, sure.
But I think what Jason Isaac did yesterday was to logically Jonathan, I mean. Yeah. And how about this? You know what I loved about it? He's not sitting there uninformed. You can tell he's done his research. He's had COVID. He reasonably and with level-headed approach says, here's my view on it. I'm not anti. I love that we have the advancements where we have vaccines. I love how our medical, access, the stuff that we have is incredible. My mom works in the healthcare system, has for years. How about this? I just am a young, healthy person who's already had COVID and still has antibodies, and I think the bad side of the vaccine for me is not, the risk for me from a vaccine outweighs any benefit it could bring to me, and I should be allowed in this country to make that decision for myself, and so should others. And but again, then Kareem comes out and says something outlandish.
Yeah, Kareem is on Don Lemon's show, and he'd already made comments in several newspaper articles, including Rolling Stone. He said if NBA players are not vaccinated, they shouldn't be on the team.
Unbelievable.
The NBA should insist that all players and staff are vaccinated or remove them from the team. There's no room for players who are willing to risk the health and lives of their teammates.
But they're not.
Well, look, okay, I understand the concern. I'm not trying to discount that like our beliefs are being discounted. But I would ask Kareem this. How many NBA players have died from COVID? What is the number? Anyone?
I think it's zero.
That'd be alt.
I think it's zero.
So let's not act like you have a 4 and 5 bell alarm on this when it hasn't materialized. Okay, I'm not saying people haven't died. Not saying it's not serious, and I'm not saying an NBA player might not pass in the future because of it. Don't know. But again, your exaggerated position is just as bad as people who are these vax deniers. So, I mean, we've got to have some logic that meets here in the middle so we can get through this. I mean, and Kareem is probably well respected. He was in the league, it seemed like 100 years, and won a lot of championships. But I just, I tend to land more with Jonathan Isaac on this.
Well,
at this point,
here's what I would ask:
with what we currently know,
and you're right, and I know Jonathan Isaac, has yet to have the resume that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has. But why is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's opinion more important than Jonathan Isaac's? And you know what Jonathan Isaac would say? Now, he would say, I don't think you should go as far as say kick people out of the league. But he said, look, if Kareem Abdul-Jabbar thinks the vaccine is the best thing for everybody, no matter whether they've had COVID or not, that's his opinion, but he shouldn't say that. And if I had my way, everybody would be kicked out of the league that wouldn't get vaccinated, whether you've had COVID or not.
Right.
And Jonathan's, so is Jonathan Isaac not as, is he not as, his opinion is somehow not as good as Kareem's? Kareem holds more water. I don't think that. Matter of fact, I think Kareem comes across as not as level-headed as Jonathan Isaac. He comes across as kind of crazy with that kind of comment.
You know,
that seems a little outrageous.
Right. In August, New York City and San Francisco said that they were going to require NBA players on those home teams to be vaccinated, which means that there could be NBA teams in those cities that have players that can't play because they're not vaccinated. Kyrie Irving, who plays for the Brooklyn Nets, has been, talking about the fact he didn't really want to get the vaccine. Of course, he was recently asked about it, and he said, I'm just going to keep that private. And Kareem has been very critical of him as well.
Well, somebody tell Kareem to have a Coke and a smile.
He can't accept.
What do we care about what Kareem was? Go shoot a skyhook.
Yeah.
Who cares what Kareem thinks?
Right.
Couldn't care less what Kareem thinks.
Well,
you know how many times in my life I said, I wonder what Kareem thinks about this. Never.
Well, here's the thing. It is going to get very complicated because you have different states with different rules, different cities with different rules, different counties. It's going to get very complicated with teams traveling from one city and state to another, dealing with vaccination status. It's just going to be a zoo.
Since he was always wearing goggles, Kareem was probably on. Remember that little thing that ran through that we were all going to wear goggles for a while? Do you remember that one? Because COVID could get in your eyes. Does anybody remember that one?
Yeah.
Y'all know that came around for a while, right? So was Kareem wanting us to all wear goggles like he did when he played? If we can't wear goggles, he's going to kick us out of the league? Was Kareem going to come get us if we don't get a vaccine? I'll tell you what Kareem can do. If I can find a ladder, he can kiss me right in the old derriere.
You'd have to have a crane.
All right, so finishing up this video 4, because we did mention it, out of video 4. So Biden, he gets the booster shot, and you know what? If I was Biden's age and his health and in his situation, you could shoot me with anything you wanted to, because let's face it, any adverse reaction I'm gonna have to some of this is not really gonna matter, because I've looked at the scoreboard and hey, the clock is ticking.
Yep.
But anyway, so this is the thing with the View. Biden gets the booster shot live on TV, real dramatic, then makes some outrageous statement about us all being vaccinated at 98%. But anyway, he thinks that achieves herd immunity. But this is this when Caitlyn Jenner makes her comment and the view?
Yeah, it's like an 8-minute segment.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can come out.
Sure.
As it gets along, it gets a little better towards the end, but because they start disagreeing a little bit more. But yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, all right, let's see.
By
the way,
let
hey,
the
Whoopi?
cameras capture his COVID booster shot while he made a plea to all Americans who qualify to get the shot too. Now, New York State is raising the stakes by implementing a vaccine mandate for hospital and healthcare workers. And here in New York City, public school employees will be required to get the shot by Friday or don't come to work on Monday. I mean, it's sad, but is this the only way we're going to get back to normal?
And they can't collect unemployment insurance because when you quit on your own, you're not allowed to collect it, or if you're fired, you can't collect. I know that because I've collected it many times in my day. I know all the rules.
A lot of us wish you had one more trip to get it.
Amen. People give you this argument that it's a choice to get this vaccination. It's not a choice to get your kids vaccinated for polio or for rubella or for pertussis, all the other things they have to have before they can go to school, because they don't want you to harm other children.
Well, your choice is to keep them at home.
But stay home then. Stay home. And yet this COVID vaccine somehow has this about it, and it's like it's taken on a life of its own, that this particular vaccine has some magical powers to hurt you or to annoy you or whatever. And yet look in the mirror and say, have I taken the polio vaccine? Did I get the DPT shot? Am I getting the shingles shot? By the way, I had shingles. It's a nightmare, okay? Get it.
You give me
These are the
shingles.
things that science is now providing for us. Imagine if we were in the 19th century when you didn't even have anesthesia, and if you got a cut, you would die. The doctors didn't even wash their hands before Louis Pasteur and Lister came around. So these are the things that are happening to us now. We have.
All right, so Adler's going to jump forward a little bit because they get into. Here's Jenner here.
do we have to get mandated ones like you say, like polio? Actually, my great-great-great-great-grandfather was part of them. Edward Jenner. He invented the first vaccine.
There you go.
Yeah,
Somebody
I mean,
research
first
that.
one for smallpox.
Yeah. Sure.
There's a statue in Hyde Park in England about him, Edward Jenner and how he saved the world. And he really did.
Yeah.
I think I'm saving the world, but he was the one Jenner that actually saved the world. But I'm about individual freedoms. There's not a one-size-fits-all. What about pregnant women? What about everybody has options
What
out
about
there.
pregnant women?
And I just feel like that is a decision between a doctor and their patient.
So you're pro-choice.
And by far the most important thing is that, not some bureaucrat sitting in Washington, D.C. saying, you have to get it,
Mm-hmm.
Well, but
I got it, and I'm happy I did.
But what happens when your personal freedom encroaches on the freedom of others? I mean, that's the issue with public health. It's a collaborative effort. So if you are really a patriot, then you care about your fellow Americans. The most patriotic thing you really can do is to take care of your fellow Americans. That's really
also very Christian.
It's also very Christian.
Oh my goodness! Suddenly, Joy's a Christian.
Like constitutionally, there is no exception when it comes to personal. I hear all these people, well, it's my constitutional right. No, it's not. Because when it comes to public health, it has to be collaborative. And I think the choice that's being made in New York is a good one. If you don't want to be vaccinated, then you cannot work at a public hospital. You can just stay at home.
Or a
If you
public
don't-
school.
Or a public
But
school.
here's the deal on that.
You still have your personal freedom, and your freedom to stay at home exists.
Here's the problem I have with that is, okay, healthcare workers, we lose 5, 10, 15% of our healthcare workers.
Yeah.
How many people are going to die because of in a emergency room and they have a car accident and they're understaffed that are not going to be able to make it through
Well, they
because
have a
there's
solve
not
for
enough
that.
people.
They have a solve for that because they have people that do want to work that are vaccinated. They're busing in.
Well, let me jump in here real
But
quickly.
where then they leave the other place empty. We only have a limited supply of healthcare workers, and I am all for healthcare workers.
Yeah, we're out of time.
You see where they were.
Yeah. It still feels odd to me that the vaccine is the answer to all problems, but yet fully vaccinated people are afraid of other vaccinated people because they need protection. I thought the vaccine was going to give you the protection you need. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
7 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, so Bubba, you've got a world of updates over there, and from some of them coming off yesterday's program. Do you want to start with Clemson?
Rick, I'm going to let's see if I can pull those up right here, right quick. Yeah, I caught a little heat from some lady that called yesterday saying I was not saying Clemson correctly.
Clemson?
Yeah, Clemson. That's what I'm saying. And that did get a response in the email, if I can share these with you, from Jim Wiley.
Yeah.
I grew up in South Carolina, went to Clemson, not sure why the lady was getting on you, but you're pronouncing Clemson correctly. Just like a telemarketer calling you by the wrong name, we can always tell someone doesn't know Clemson when they try to pronounce it without the P.
That's right.
So they're saying it should be a P in there,
Well,
even though there's no P.
I think this goes back to, I'm
One
sure
emailer.
it goes back
Okay,
to,
that's what I thought.
It goes back to people in Albertville. Yeah, the way you're supposed to say that probably from an English teacher is Albertville, but that ain't how they say it. Albertville.
Yeah.
So, and then there's Guntersville, but it's Guntersville. So I think what he's saying is, if you're in Clemson and you say Clemson, you'd be more like the locals. May not supposed to have a P in it, but we certainly put one in it.
Another email from Pam Blankenship. Clemson with a P is okay. Hey, Bubba, I live right outside Clemson. Been a crazy Tiger fan all my life. Plenty of folks around here say it with a P sound. No big deal. The lady that called is crazy. Don't listen to her. Love you, Pam.
Sorry, ma'am.
There's English teacher, and then there's culture. And the culture says Clemson.
Jonathan Abercrombie. As a lifelong Clemson fan, Bubba, you're saying it correctly. Tell that broad to get back in the kitchen and rattle some pots and pans.
Oh, my goodness.
So you read that.
That's so good. Greg, thank you for that email, too. You could have just told him across the room.
Yeah.
That's a good point. That's Jonathan commenting that way,
that's
not
good.
old Bubba.
Yeah, look, let me tell you something.
Probably didn't realize you were going to read that on the air.
Right, but it's funny.
Well, it was funny.
Gosh, that's good.
It's funny.
That's good stuff.
That's right.
Yeah, take that, English teacher. We'll throw in Clemson.
Today we'll get all the emails where everybody is going to go against what we just said.
Well, they won't be from Clemson, though.
No, hey, I bet they will.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
we'll see.
you've seen our society. We're divided as ever.
Oh, yes.
I
You ever
kind of
had
feel
anybody
like,
say Albertville correctly outside Albertville?
well, I kind of feel like people in Clemson will not take advice from people outside of Clemson how to say Clemson.
Well, how about this?
Because we know they don't in Artville, Rick, or Guntersville.
And Guntersville. So, you know what? If you ain't from around here, you can say it however you want.
That's right.
But by golly, when we're here, we're going to put a P on it.
That's right.
And go Tigers.
Yeah, I don't know the
Go
background
Tigers.
of the lady, the original caller, but she seemed like she knew what she was talking about
Well-
and been following the program for a long time. But again,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
Maybe we'll hear from her.
Are we
today.
talking about
Listen,
correct English, or are we talking about fans of the show?
Yeah.
You know,
if you're going to worry about how we and look, I will say that's probably a minor.
Oh, it's minor.
I'm mad I even
problem.
brought it up, but she asked me if I would come in here and tell
Perfectly
you this,
fine.
and I didn't want to be a liar too.
Perfectly
If I didn't want to
fine.
be, I don't want to be. Yeah, I'll
Perfectly
tell him
fine.
and then not come in here.
If we want to try to tackle the electoral college, we can do that.
Probably
There's
won't.
a lot of words that are way up on the list before Clemson I need work on personally.
Oh, me too. There's things out there.
That's
I've
funny.
corrected
I'd never heard that one.
some of them over the years. I've corrected others. I just can't.
Yeah,
I've
some
tried.
of them I want to correct, but it just gets away
I
from
try.
me.
Yeah, and I've really and my juggle of the word levity and gravity. Boy, I struggle there. I've got it right now though. The bringing levity to a situation means you're trying to bring it down. The gravity of something means you don't understand how important this is.
Yeah.
And I mix those two up.
Yeah,
I get those confused. But that's all right.
Two good words though.
Yeah, they are. I
See,
like
I
it.
always thought the levity was more. It meant something else.
See, yeah, me too, and that's why I was using it incorrect.
Right.
Yeah, but it's levity means, hey guys, calm down. Let me bring some levity to this. Now look, but hey, you don't.
See, I thought it was-
but then on the other you go, hey, you don't understand the
So
gravity.
what does
of
it
this.
mean? It means calm it down.
It means let me just kind of take this and take it down. The gravity of it means.
I thought levity was comedy.
Yeah, the gravity of it means y'all don't understand what a big deal this is. The gravity of what you just said.
Correct.
And what I've said a lot of times, you don't understand the levity of what you just said, and I've got it backward.
Yeah.
So I've tried to correct this.
So,
and if you notice,
am I right, Adler?
But it means to keep it light. Let me.
You're
take,
taking a serious matter and bringing it down.
Okay, so there is.
And then
so
the
I'm
gravity.
not way off.
No, the gravity means hey, we need to get serious about it.
Right.
And I had them flip. Yeah. And I just said one that I've corrected too. I say backward. I don't add the S anymore.
Okay.
Backwards.
Yeah, I used to.
It's not supposed to have an S.
I think we're supposed to. Hey, look, now we're going backward, not going backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad always had a word he put in front of that.
Yeah.
It starts with an A.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it has an A, I think it does have
I
an
will
S.
say this: nobody on this show. Now we have relatives that do, but nobody on this show adds an S to Walmart.
No.
Now everybody,
not unless we're joking.
Right, but when I was growing up, that S was there.
Oh yeah, well, I know several folks that say that.
Yeah, and Kmart was the same way before Walmart shut it and put it out of business.
Right.
Are there any Kmarts around anymore?
That's a good question.
I tell you,
you remember
Walmart just
Kmart?
took their name
Blue
and
Light
ran
Special?
them right off the road, didn't they?
Yeah, remember Blue Light Special?
Oh yeah,
I do.
Yeah. They'd announce in the store, and you had to hustle over there where the blue light was because they limited number.
So you take your pee and you put it back on your Clemson and tell everybody to leave you alone.
And don't go backwards when you do it.
That's right. And
There are still Kmarts.
And you may not understand the levity of it.
Well, we need a little levity when it comes to pronunciation.
All right, we'll come back.
All right, I got an update on doctoring.
Rick, there's 33 Kmarts still functioning in the
good
U.S.
for them. Good for them.
It's way down. They used to be twice that many in our state, I bet.
That's right, yeah. All right, we'll come back. More Rick and Bubba, top of the hour break, and we'll keep this baby rolling.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang, all here for another one. Wednesday Bible study back today. We continue to walk through the book of 1 Corinthians. We'll be in chapter 7 today. You can watch that live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. It'll be archived soon after. Links provided on all the Rick and Bubba social media platforms. And as we welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey for another hour, Bubba, you got a special birthday wish today.
Rick, I do. My daughter Caitlin is turning 22 today. Can you believe that?
Deuce.
22. Wow, where have the years gone?
Where have all the good times gone?
I think I slept through them.
Yes. So happy birthday, Caitlin.
Yes, happy birthday, KK.
So are you going to guys do a big celebration this week? Or
We're going to have a birthday get-together tonight, as a matter of fact.
Oh, weeknight.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Where she is? Or she
Oh, yeah, I'm driving.
Oh, what?
See you in the morning,
that
Bubba.
hurt.
Hitting the road.
Oh, no.
I know, yeah. At least.
Will you go get back and then land and then come back again? Or are you going all the way back in tonight?
That we will have that option. It will be a game time decision.
See, my mind's already thinking.
Yeah, I'm thinking you're right on that.
I came in from the farm today.
Did you?
A little shocking that many people are out that time of day.
Oh, yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
You were down at the farm?
Uh-huh.
Did it feel weird last night?
No, I slept really good. You know
think
why?
you were going hunting?
Well, the reason why is I don't want to. Look, this is the beautiful thing about marriage. Okay, it's a beautiful thing about marriage, and I'll openly admit this, and this may be surprising to y'all. I struggle to sleep when Sherry's gone. I I like knowing she's right there.
That's right. Yeah.
I like for my leg to go over and say, "Oh, yep, there she is." And when she's not in that bed, you would think I got all this room with her.
I get it.
I struggle.
I get it.
I can't sleep when she's gone.
So going somewhere else.
So I went
helps?
somewhere else to change my scenery.
Okay.
But it could be that I slept so bad the night before that I went sound asleep last night through sheer exhaustion.
Right.
And that's possible.
And I got after it at the farm, so that was good.
So yesterday too, Rick, I went and as we continue to wade our way through this COVID zoo, I did go and get an antibody test again, which I've had several now.
Look at me.
So
antibody.
I'm doing another one too. Really, what I do, which I know is not science,
You're following mine.
I wait on yours and go, yeah, we're about the same. Because we had it within 2 weeks of each other.
Right. Yeah. So, and I did get some answers yesterday. You know, we have people who email us and tell us what their number is on their antibodies.
Yes, and we weren't getting the number.
And we had our test, and we have to go through the portal, which, you know, good night. You got all kind of access
Portal,
to things, and I don't know anything of what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
But you go and you look in the test that I've had and you've had, it doesn't give you that number. It just says reactive or not. If it's reactive, you've got the antibodies. So I asked about that yesterday, and it was simply the type of test and who they were sending it to be done. So yesterday I did get the test that will give us a number when it comes back.
Okay, so you
So that's what I'm looking for. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think that's what they're doing now. I think they
same place
to
we
begin
went
with.
before?
To begin
But
with,
this time we get a number?
They were doing it in house, and now they're sending it to an outside lab.
Did you have to work that through our doctor, or did you just do it on your own? Set it up.
You can just go through the portal and set it up.
Oh gosh, not the portal.
Oh, the portal.
What's the process?
I want to call somebody.
Prick your finger.
Yeah.
Oh, they just draw blood.
Draw blood.
Yeah. I want to call somebody. I don't like these portal stuff.
And I'm gonna tell you, I had some
I
great
can't
nurses
call
yesterday.
somebody and say y'all got anything at 1:30.
Hey, look, Rick.
Well, it's about Rick. It's about that easy. I mean, you click on
what
it.
portal?
Rick,
the
you
one
have a personal portal?
your patient portal that you have with
PP.
our doctor.
Yeah. Let me guess, you forgot your login.
No, well, yeah.
I'm so tired of having names.
Can I tell you this? One time I went
Passwords.
in. You're going to love this. You're going to laugh your head off on this. I went in the portal, and, buddy, I was blowing and going. And I got it all set up. And I said, well, that don't look right. Come to find out, I didn't change the name, and I was filling out stuff under Brooks's name.
Yeah.
You transferred to the Big 12.
That's we're all in there.
You got to watch it. So,
but I did get Brooks scheduled for something he didn't need.
But I had some great nurses yesterday, and very informative. And I told one lady, I said, we got to get this done because I've missed lunch, and you don't want a fat guy missing lunch. He gets very. And she came and brought me a pack of crackers. She said, and I said, you didn't have to do that. She said, we got them for patients. Don't worry about it. Here's a Sprite.
You said, can I have another one?
She said, it won't mess up your antibody test. Enjoy it.
Really? You ain't got 2 packs of that, dude.
You got the cheese version and the peanut butter?
Oh, me. Yeah. So it was it running a little late yesterday from the time we got to the old lunch.
Did you?
I didn't plan on intermediate fasting yesterday.
Right. So when did you begin to fast? Because I didn't see any.
I was going to say.
About 2 hours.
Didn't fast here.
It felt like
it's supposed to be like 16 days.
Yeah. You 8 to 10 a.m.
Did you fast long enough?
I'm joking.
You don't have to.
So
fast.
you don't need to fast for anybody?
No.
I didn't think so.
No. I just did because I was running late.
Yeah. But you didn't eat for 3 hours?
Things we had to do.
What's the longest you've ever fasted?
Oh, it ain't
37
long.
minutes.
Rick, he nearly made 3 hours one time.
I think I missed breakfast one time.
That's real right there.
So that would have been bedtime. That would have been from dinner to lunch the next day.
Ooh,
that's about all I got. It's not one of my strong suits, I'll tell you that.
Oh, that's so funny.
As you can tell.
Well, you're honest.
I mean, you ain't missed me any.
Well, the problem. Then if I do, I try to make up for it.
Oh, of course. And then your tummy can't take it.
Yeah.
No. But
that meal back.
So we should know 2 to 3 days.
Is it that long?
Yeah, it's a little longer when they send it off to get the number.
Chandler had hers that way.
I know.
But I want that number. I want to see what the number is.
What does the number
we've
mean,
heard
though?
the numbers,
But what I'm talking about is it's as simple as the higher the number, the better?
Yeah, the people who've emailed us will say, like, well, my first test was 800, and then it was 600, and now it's down to 200. So I'm kind of looking at that.
I do think this is where we need to make advancements when it comes to antibody testing, because how many people do you know that have had it, and they're like, well, I should have the antibodies, but they don't really know. Because sometimes going and getting it checked requires getting an appointment, waiting a couple of days for results, and all this. And
this was as easy as it could be.
It's easy, but it takes portal effort. And I just wish there was in my mind. I've got like a whole parking lot full of just antibody tests set up, and people just pull.
Well,
up
I had
and test.
Betty do the portal part. And she just
just
said go Tuesday after lunch.
By the way, you didn't say that.
What time?
You didn't say that.
Well, I was going to. I wasn't hiding it from you.
Right. So can she do my own
secret?
Well, if she has your passwords, I guess she can.
I'd like a challenge.
You were telling me it was
easy,
easy, and you didn't even do it.
Ain't nothing to it.
Well, I've done it. I've been on there before looking at test results, and she said it was easy. So I'm just relaying what she said.
Well, here's the sad part. The way our society is acting, we covered all that last hour. Taking these antibody tests, and I'm all about them.
Yeah.
It's only for us because the world acts like it don't matter. Right. They're still gonna come after you.
Well, I'm gonna be part of the science that helps eventually solve this, and checking my antibodies is part of it.
Well, anybody that thinks that natural antibodies is not offering protection as good as the vaccine, I guess I'll just stay on that ladder where I had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar kiss me in the derriere, and I'll come down a few steps and you can kiss it too.
Look, I think the Israeli study that we've quoted many times is still the latest and greatest information we have, and it might change in the future. But I think the vaccine on top of that, if you've had it, is still a better deal. But you've got to make that choice at what point you want to do that.
Yeah, but I mean it's. But we're acting.
And if you haven't had it, you absolutely need the vaccine.
But we're acting like that the vaccinated people and the natural antibody peoples are not working in concert to get us to herd immunity.
Well,
we're acting like only the vaccinated people are doing that.
Well, and that was a mistake, I think, from the very get-go. And it actually killed people because they were wasting vaccine on people who didn't need it and not getting it to the people who really did need it early on.
See
when the supplies were limited.
And I think this is where the communication is breaking down, and you just touched on it. If you have natural antibodies, especially if it's been a while, getting at least one dose of the vaccine seems to indicate you can get even better protection.
Right.
But where we have problems is people are taking that information and claiming if you have natural antibodies, you have no protection.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
Without the vaccine, and that's just not true.
They have, and again, it's like one mistake on top of another. They should have acknowledged natural antibodies to begin with. They should have focused on people who didn't have it for the vaccine. They should have also focused on testing antibody to see, because no one knew, Rick. No one knows how long it lasts.
But the thing you're saying that everybody needs to hear, the natural antibodies people should have just said, okay, y'all keep moving, we'll get back to y'all. And then there should have been a push to vaccinate
on everybody else.
And if you'd have done that.
And they would have cut this thing off at the knees a long time ago. Yeah. See, they were vaccinating the people that didn't have to have it.
That is
and
correct.
that was a wasted shot.
Yep.
And if they would just be open and transparent and not done the mandates, you wouldn't have had the pushback. You're going to have some people that are always going to be pushed back, but
that's fine.
They're going to, they're either going to get it and get better, or they're not, and they're going to be out of the equation. So
we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us today. Wheel of Meat still is not spun this week. Could happen at any time. Rick and Bubba, the home of the giant Wheel of Meat. All right, so Bubba, I know you're the one who keeps us updated what's going on with Dancing with the Stars.
Now, Rick, I did not see the show this week. I was now Betty does keep up with it. I occasionally walk through the room and get a highlight here and there.
Right.
This particular one I saw, I guess, on a clip that came up on an associated link or something I was watching, and it was Suni Lee, who is the the top gymnast in the world.
Now, is she the one that called herself the GOAT, but then said it's just too hard?
No. She was the one who actually won the gold medal because the GOAT didn't compete in the all-around competition.
Okay. So this is the one that's okay with the pressure to do well.
Right.
Okay.
And she has been asked to be on Dancing with the Stars. Former gymnasts have been on there, and they've all done very well.
Right.
And we were talking about this, and Betty had mentioned it yesterday too, that, and I'd asked Betty, I said, they dance in high heels. That has to be difficult because it looks to me it would be difficult to walk in high heels.
Yeah, I tried it once. It's extremely difficult. And by the way, hard to find high heels in a 13.
Right. And you
ask Bruce Jenner.
You think that there would be a lot of twisted ankles and all that. Now, Betty says the high heels that they dance in are specially made for dancing, so it's a little different setup.
Like tap shoes?
I don't know. It's still a heel, but it may be a little wider than normal or something. I don't know.
Where are you on tapping? Tap shoes.
What do you mean? Like, would I want to wear them?
Do you like to see tap dancing?
I don't go out of my way
Would you
for
like
that,
to tap
but
dance?
if I swing across an old movie and Fred Astaire's out there wearing it out, I'll stop for a minute and go, that's pretty impressive.
It's pretty amazing.
We had two interns that did that, remember? Thing 1 and Thing 2.
Speedy
They were cloggers.
Well, I think they did tap too.
Did they? Probably.
Yeah. Because they come in here one day and they were walking around, and I thought there's something loose somewhere. I heard metal clacking together, and I was like, what's going on?
Can a clogger automatically tap?
I think it's very similar, isn't it?
I don't know. I wish I could tap.
I wish you could clog.
Because isn't clogging tap dancing without the taps on the sheet?
Jessica White tap dance.
So I went back this before we looked at this. You know how you
That's tap, man.
And when I got hung up on, I don't know how.
Rick, let's hear it. Get a little audio.
I got hung up on a documentary on Sammy Davis Jr. Okay, and that's something we're going to continue.
Yes, he could. Yes, he could.
I wish that was you, Greg and Lisa.
As the music speaks.
So anyway,
we could do it.
So listen, so he's near death, okay, and they're doing a tribute to him.
Right.
And Gregory Hines gets up there and starts doing a tribute to him, and he starts tapping.
Yep.
And let me tell you something. Sammy Davis Jr., I mean, he was looking rough. He's dying of cancer. He's got all these problems.
Yeah.
And that son of a gun, they decided to get him up, and I thought, oh, no, don't tamper with the memories. And he walked out there, I'm talking about on the edge of death, and got to go in, and them feet, that son of a gun can still tap like there was no tomorrow.
Sammy Davis Jr. was so funny because he didn't fit. He crossed the line of so many stereotypes.
They talked about that in the documentary.
He was Jewish. He had a glass eye. He could tap dance.
He was a
funny.
Satanist.
Greg,
I don't know about that.
I ain't never seen that.
I ain't never
Look
heard
it up.
that.
Don't say it.
Look
Greg.
it up.
I'm not going to have
it
you.
up.
I'm not going to have you decline my memory of Sammy Davis Jr.
I'm just telling you that it was out there.
Well, did you know one thing I didn't know about this? Did
I
you,
love
besides
Sammy
the
Davis
Satanist
Jr.
thing?
Do you know how he made his first step onto the scene of entertainment?
He's a little
doing impressions.
Really?
And they said it was controversial in that day because he being black, that he was doing impressions of white celebrities.
That's funny.
And they were kind of, but everybody loved it, and he was very good, by the way. He did Humphrey Bogart, he did Jimmy Stewart, and he was actually really good.
Beelzebub.
Yeah, and I didn't know. He said actually Humphrey Bogart sat down with him, was talking about how he could do him better.
Yeah, help him out
because he had, Humphrey Bogart always did this. He always did this. And finally, he said, I noticed you do. He goes, do you know why I do that? He was talking about Humphrey Bogart saying, he goes, no. He said, I actually have really bad stomach problems, so I take like a Milex or something for my stomach.
Whopping the
and it makes this white stuff get right here, so when I'm on camera, I'm always doing this. Everybody thought it was like his big move. He's being cool. He's really trying to wipe the white stuff off his mouth.
And Rick, of course, the great highlight of Sammy Davis Jr.'s career, Cannonball Run.
That's right. I would have said Candyman, but I agree with you.
All right, so back to Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah, right.
Suni Lee does a flip with high heels on, which is pretty incredible from a wheelbarrow position. It looks
Excuse me?
Look. That's pretty impressive to come over and land and just. I mean, can you imagine? I'd be stumbling and bumbling and rolling.
I could never be the human wheelbarrow. I mean, the chance, the odds of me doing that, I can't even get. I know way I could get there.
That's just very athletic.
It is.
Adler, come in here and see if we can do that for you.
If you notice, which is
bar Greg's high heels,
which is extremely difficult. She lands on the front of the heels and then puts them down. You know, which is that's still athletic. Yeah, they have to do that. Yeah.
So that was just kind of impressive, I thought.
Yeah. It's and you, of course, you weren't watching it.
No, I saw this clip.
Okay. Did you scream War Eagle when she did that?
Then I asked Betty about some of the shoes.
Have they kicked Sensei off yet? Because I heard his first time was really bad.
Rick, he's
bad. He's real bad.
Rick, he's real old, and it's just you just can't move, and he's like 74 or something.
Yeah.
And he's real stiff, you know.
Yeah.
When I saw him that first time, when I watched it, the one and only time I watched it.
You know, if the Lord allows, can you even imagine us at 74?
Rick, I'll say this: Sensei is more mobile than I am right now.
I know. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So,
I don't see a lot of mobility right now.
Yeah.
It's
tough.
Yeah. So it's and you got some foot thing coming up. You get worked on here soon.
Yeah. I got a foot thing going. And then I got to get that fixed so I can work on the knee thing going.
Right.
So, hey.
What do you think's causing all that?
What do I think's causing it? Well, there's several things causing it.
Right.
One of it is probably buckling under the weight. If I had to guess.
Right. What about that weight thing?
Yeah, I would say that probably has a lot to do with it.
Right. Bubba said this. We've said this for years of people of weight. It's almost like you can move your mouth with the doctor. When you go to the doctor, he's going to come in, he's going to take your chart, and he's going to look at it, and he's going to say, now, you know what? I mean, we talked about this every time. If you could lose about 40 pounds, I mean, and they're always going to address that no matter what your situation, that's coming up in the research.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Sure.
Right.
You know the thing I've never understood when they tell you to lose weight, they always want to cut bread out. But if you ever see anybody that's been like a prisoner on a bread and water diet, they always lose weight. You know,
if that's all you eat, it's fine.
Yeah. Right.
If you eat
gotta
molded
stay
bread,
in that lane.
Molded bread.
That may be the diet. I may have to go the prisoner diet. Yeah.
Bubba, you can really, if you're going to go to that and water and nothing else, you can really pick any food.
Yeah, you really can.
You really can. I mean,
spaghetti and water diet.
It's going to drop off. I promise. You're going to look a little gaunt.
Yeah. Yeah, it all starts with that. Throw in a nice round of arthritis on top of it.
Sure.
It's good.
We'll come back. We'll come back and take your phone calls next. First phone segment of the day. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Anything you want to talk about, all 10 lines are available.
I'll get you my number when I get it.
Okay, good.
My antibody.
And I'll just pretend like that's mine, too. I'll get on the portal. I'll figure it out. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big, our first phone troll of the day. We're taking a ton of people in here at a rapid pace. So the 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds, and we move to the next call unless you get a timeout from Helmsy and or Bubba. So let's start with Madeline out of the great state of Alabama. Madeline, 30 seconds, and go.
Yes, good morning and monkey grass.
Well, thank you, Madeline.
So I was calling to clarify the difference between tap dancing and clogging. I clogged on a competitive team out of Argo, and so tap dancing is a single tap, and clogging has an extra tap on top that's loose. And clogging came out of more of like the Appalachian area, so it had more of that country.
I think clogging was invented by somebody that was out walking barefooted and they got in a fire ant bed.
Yes, I'd get them off of me.
Yeah.
Can I ask you about this? What do the river dancers do? Is that clogging?
Rick,
the river dance?
It's an area I don't have any expertise.
The river dance, the upper torso doesn't move at all. It's all legs.
Right.
Yeah. Well, they go too.
Yeah.
Is that clogging?
That's river dance.
Is river dance its own thing?
I think.
Let's go to Corn Pop. Corn Pop, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, why don't y'all go live, maybe in the kitchen or whatever on YouTube during commercial, or is that like playing with fire in the Santa Ana winds with Greg?
Well, yeah, it's you think to yourself, oh, good, look, there's more behind the scenes things during the break. But then that kitchen, I think there's a certain security and I don't want to use the word sacred.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be violated in the kitchen. I mean, when we go to the kitchen, that's our safe space.
Yeah, we had we need
dailies. One of those.
We had the dailies with Adler, and he did that for a long time.
Yeah,
and you can still go back and look at some of that, but some of the things that happened in that kitchen.
Yeah, but at least then there was an edit possibility.
Sure,
to take that thing live in the breaks in there. No.
Don't
you think there's got to be a place where we go and we say, okay, this is an area that's always off air.
Rick, we have to have a safe zone.
Yeah.
Huh?
Rick, river dance features Irish step dance.
Okay, so it is different.
Yeah.
So Irish step dance.
According to a
clogging,
quick Google.
Tapping.
Yeah.
Which one of those would you rather do? If you said you can only do one, and you'd be great at it.
I like to river dance a little bit.
Really? I can see you up there.
People tend to think they're more clogging than otherwise.
Okay. So you got Irish in your family, no doubt. You look very Irish.
Oh yeah.
So I bet you're drawn there.
Yeah.
And plus with Uncle Duke, I mean,
my goodness,
the dancing runs in Speedy's family.
Look,
I mean, you can't get away from it.
I mean, I'd be the hit of the party if I could river dance. I wouldn't stop.
Donna in Alabama, go ahead.
Hey, this is for Bubba. My best friend is obsessed with antibody numbers, and she's like trying to get everybody to get tested, and she's been waiting on Bubba to get his antibody numbers because she's got her numbers. Her husband had COVID, and he went and got his numbers after his vaccine, and his were over 2,600.
Okay, so what is the range on those?
Well, I know she had COVID, and her number's like 150, and she has not had the vaccine yet.
Right.
So I haven't had my antibodies tested yet. I'm going next week. But the numbers I've heard, her daughter-in-law had it, and hers were down to like 80.
Yeah.
And she had not had the vaccine. But her husband went, and his were through the roof. And they just, what the doctor said, it just helps build the natural antibodies.
Sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've heard I really haven't paid as much attention to the numbers, but I know I've heard them as high as 800, 900, or 20. I hadn't heard 2,600, or maybe somebody called here with it one day, but I don't even know what the minimum amount is where they say, well, you still got it or not. I think it's like 0.8 or something. It's real low.
It's funny you said that. I asked somebody that yesterday, and that's what they said, 0.8.
Yeah. So if you can go from 0.8 to 2,600 or
it's a wide range.
That's a wide range.
Greg in Mississippi.
And at what level should I get the vaccine if I'm below that?
I don't know. Greg, go ahead.
What do y'all think?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, another sign of us getting older, my wife and I went to a high school football game last Friday night, And after the sun went down, we looked at each other like, "Hey, it's getting pretty pretty cool. I'm cold. Are you cold? Yeah, I'm cold." So about the middle of the third quarter, we decided to leave. We get in the car. You know what the temperature was?
What?
62.
And you were freezing. That's another sign.
Hey, we're getting there. Understand it very well.
Let's go to Tom in Pell City. Tom, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Meow, meow, meow. Man, I could care less what Kareem Abdul-Jabbar said.
You mean couldn't care less? You couldn't care less.
Couldn't care less.
That's
Is
right.
he the czar of the NBA or something? Does he even own a team? No. He's just a bit. He's just an idiot, and the NBA needs to fold anyway. I could really care less about the NBA.
Couldn't care less.
Sorry, Rick. Sorry.
I couldn't care less. Yeah, because if you could care less, it means you care.
And hey,
you couldn't care less.
Bruce Lee beat him up in Game of Death.
He did.
You Bubba. Let's go to. You want to go to Minnesota?
Minnesota.
Let's go to Minnesota.
Let's go to the land of the Vikings.
What kind of name is that?
Is that a Christie just without the S?
Is your name Christy?
Yes, sir.
All right, Christy,
Hey,
go
Christy,
ahead.
welcome.
Yeah, you betcha. So this is Christy. Anyways, I would like to talk to you about the natural immunity that you get from natural infection. I was recently hearing on a TV show that airs every week on Thursdays that there are 29 proteins that your body becomes immune to with the natural infection, and there's only one protein in the vaccine that your body can recognize. And so natural immunity is lifelong and robust if you get COVID. So people should be aware that if they take the vaccine after getting COVID, that it erases that natural immunity and actually is counterproductive. They're not going to tell you that in the mainstream media.
Yeah, I don't know about. I haven't heard that. Yeah, but I mean, I'm not saying that you don't know that it's not right, but I have not heard that.
And I have not heard the numbers you're giving on proteins, although we have heard that the natural has a wider spectrum. Now, to begin with, they were saying it was the right opposite of that.
Of course, that was wrong. But the one we saw was the doctor and the scientist that used the football analogy. That was so easy to follow.
Right.
And that was that the vaccine was designed to tackle running back X only. But your natural immunities will tackle anybody you give the ball to.
Yeah.
I mean, the variants represent the other possibilities, the wide out, another running back, somebody in the slot. And I thought, now that I can follow.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to Kay in Missouri. Kay, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Out the cornfields and bean fields, feeding the world.
I think that
I'd like to
probably is
talk about
Keith.
the three-
Yeah. Is your name Keith?
Keith, yes.
Okay. All right,
Welcome, Keith.
Go ahead, Keith.
So it's loud. I'm in a truck riding the field, feeding the world. I'd like to talk about the $3 trillion bill that Pelosi's trying to pass.
Yeah.
They like to say that the narrative that it won't cost anything. They're going to tax business. What they're not saying is businesses, big businesses, are given these tax breaks from the federal, from state, and local. So it's really not our fault. It's the government's fault for giving them these tax breaks. And eventually, if they do tax them more, then everything.
Yeah, well, we're gonna
clip.
address that coming up.
Yeah.
Jen Psaki said one of the I think is one of the most idiotic things
it's
she's ever
unbelievable.
said yesterday or day before, and
We'll play that next.
she obvious has no experience in business. See, just because you go to Washington and just because you even win an election or you're appointed or whatever, it doesn't make you an expert on everything. And I wish some of them would just admit, I really don't have any experience in private business. Now, if you want to talk about the government troughed, I've been here a lifetime. I can tell you all about that.
Yeah.
And a lot of them can,
Boy,
unfortunately.
they can, including our current president. Kathy, go ahead. Welcome to the program from Alabama.
Hey, guys. I'm just wondering where our advocate is for the unvaccinated because, the vaccinated, they're still susceptible to it. So they're just walking around unmasked and passing it to us. And nobody seems to look at it from that angle.
Yeah, it seems to be.
It's a leaky vaccine, which means it has a lot of breakthrough infections, and that's part of the learning curve of a novel virus like this. And I really think there'll be another version of the vaccine come out in a year or two that's going to be a lot better.
Yeah, well, like she said, and this is the point no one says, if it is leaky, like you say, and people can still get it, it certainly offers some protection. We're not saying
it helps. It absolutely helps. And you're better to have it if you've not had the infection.
But she makes a good point. So is it somehow okay if someone who's fully vaccinated gives COVID to somebody who's unvaccinated? Why is that okay? Is that still noble? She said it seems to be the only bad thing is if an unvaccinated person were to give it to a vaccinated person through a breakthrough, that's horrible. But if a breakthrough person who got it gives it to an unvaccinated person, well, to hell with him.
Right,
Okay,
pretty
so-
much.
yeah,
Because
so
everything's the unvaccinated's
Right,
fault. So
right.
it's the unvaccinated's fault that they got it from vaccinated because they're unvaccinated.
Even if vaccinated people pass it, they get a pass for passing it.
Right, and it's the blame. The blame
Right.
goes on to the
So
unvaccinated.
only the unvaccinated are evil when they pass it.
Right.
Okay.
Because they're unvaccinated.
Just want to be sure I got that right.
Yeah.
So when they get vaccinated, they can still pass it?
Yes.
Okay. Just be sure I got
But
that
it's
right.
not their fault anymore.
Right. Okay. That's it. I got it. Makes
I
no
got
sense.
it.
Yeah.
Got it.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour, and here's a question. Have you received a box of awesome? Well, we have, and we love it. The Box of Awesome partnership with the Rick and Bubba Show. What a great idea this is. I mean, you get you can do them every month. You can do them, every other month. You can send them as gifts. And the Box of Awesome, it's from Bespoke Post, and they take the fall adventures to the next level. They got a new lineup of stuff. These are must-have in the Box of Awesome collections. They partner with small businesses around America and emerging brands and bring you some really, really unique goods every month. No matter, if what you're into, Box of Awesome has already asked some questions about you. So they know the things that you like, from travel and camping gear, that are essential outdoor gear. There's some fall styles that you may like, some cool things that are very hip. And if you would like to find out more, just take that online quiz, and that's totally free, at boxofawesome.com. That's boxofawesome.com. There'll be $70 worth of stuff in each box. They cost $45, and you can send them to whoever you want, or you can become a subscriber, and you receive them every month or every other month. You can cancel anytime if you want to. Go to boxofawesome.com. You're going to love this. Boxofawesome.com, and we get you 20% off if you use the code Bubba. 20% off using the code Bubba. All right, so here we go. So Bubba, Jen Psaki, and it's always fun when she gets in front of the press, especially if old man Ducey's boy's in there.
Oh, boy.
And but anyway, you said it going into the break. A guy asked about this $3 trillion deal that Pelosi wants to do to businesses and tax hikes and all this kind of stuff. And they really do not understand, how the economy works. Now, no surprise here, Bernie Sanders is urging them to vote against the $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure package because he wants to use that to hold that hostage because he wants them to pass the $3.5 trillion spending bill that we're talking about.
Yeah, and thank goodness 2 Democratic senators are not going with the group on that. They're digging in, so they have a problem.
Yeah, we see. You're right. There's trouble in the home team, which could be good for America. But we have a little clip here, and this is Jen Psaki, who is talking to the press.
This is someone who has never had anything to do with business. If she was asleep. But if she'd even run a lemonade stand as a little kid, she wouldn't have said this.
And this is the famous thing we've all learned. You hear the question, businesses don't pay taxes, their consumers do.
Yes, that's absolutely right.
And so here she is being asked that question. Here we go.
I want to ask you about what Republicans are pointing to in the analysis from the Joint Committee on Taxation. They say, according to, if I've read the chart correctly, more than 16% of taxpayers would see their taxes increase under the bill that's approved by the House Ways and Means Committee. Will the president sign that bill as it is coming out of that committee, or will he insist on the changes so that he will maintain his commitment that taxes won't go up on people making $400,000 a year?
I have not looked at the document or the report that you have put out. Obviously, the president, or that you have referenced, I should say, that the Republicans put out. Obviously, the president's commitment remains not raising taxes for anyone making less than $400,000 a year. There are some, and I'm not sure if this is the case in this report, who argue that in the past, companies have passed on these costs to consumers. I'm not sure if that's the argument being made in this report. We feel that that's unfair and absurd, and the American people would not stand for that. But I will take a closer look at this report and get you a more substantive response.
I can't even believe. I can't believe that.
Yeah, listen, I know you got a tough job there. Okay.
Wow.
You have to go out there day after day and put lipstick on a pig and try to sell it. I got that. That commercial where they were doing that, Rick, in the stockbroker room is one of the funniest things, and so true. By
Absolutely
the way.
Gold.
So, Jen Psaki, let me be clear, and it is a joke that businesses and corporations don't pay taxes because they exist, Rick, for what reason? To make a profit.
Correct.
Okay, for their shareholders, or if they're a small business, which the majority of the country would fall under, they're mom and pop businesses. So whatever I sell, whatever I make, whatever I carry to market, if it costs me, say, $100, when I figure in all my costs of my business to get that product to market, and I sell it for, this is an extremely high figure, but I'm going to use it just for the example here. Say they take their $100 that they have made something and they sell it for $150. So they have a $50 profit, and then that goes back to the owners of the company or the stockholders. And in most of the time, they reinvest that money in their business or a part of it.
Yeah.
But in this case, if the cost of operating, and this is their supplies, their time doing it, their property, all this stuff goes into that price. Well, if that's my business model, and the person who is doing the bookkeeping comes in and says, hey, we just got a $10 increase on our taxes for every item that goes out of here. Well, I either have to eat that or I pass it along. And usually they pass it along because there's just not that much margin. Now, in my example, there's more, but
there usually isn't that much margin.
There's not that much margin. So now it costs me $110 to make that. So if I'm going to keep my $50 profit margin, now I have to sell it for $160. It's just that simple. And there's a lot of small business owners who listen to this show, and they know that. They deal with it every day. And you have no choice but to do that. So the consumer price just went up for what they had been buying for $150, now is $160. They are paying that tax. And that is people who are making less than $400,000 a year, which, by the way, is the magic number that they've tested in polling. I carry you back to the Clinton years. They were not going to raise taxes on anybody that made more than $200,000 because they knew through their polling that was the limit where people thought a rich person is if they make more than $200,000 a year. That's a rich person.
They put up balloons and get all that.
And what the Clintons did is they got all the tax increases they wanted passed. Then they went back in the middle of the night and lowered that number from 200 to 40, and went. But they never talked about that part. They always talked about they sold it, but they actually moved it down, and everybody's taxes went up. So this is an old play. We've seen this before. Even if Biden got it passed for $400,000 and got it implemented, they would come and move that number down after they have it in place. They always do. But for her to say it is absurd that a business would pass along
and unfair,
a cost increase to the consumer means she doesn't know what she's talking about, and I wouldn't listen to her on any other topic either.
It also means they have that childlike view again of the world. You know, we've heard this a couple times from influential Democrats. Hey, so and so happened. Yeah, well, they shouldn't do that. Yeah, we were hoping they wouldn't do that.
Right.
Hey, that's unfair.
We thought the Taliban would be fair. And let people out.
I mean, it's a childlike view. We're going to raise a cost on businesses, but it's unfair, and they shouldn't pass it along to the consumer. But they always do, and they always have, because that's how they survive.
Because the people running the business are responsible to the stockholders, and they won't get to keep that seat if they start lowering their profit margin.
It's why concert T-shirts cost so much, because the arena has a certain percentage they want to.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Phone calls are coming in. We'll take those phone calls, move through the hour. Will of Meat still in play. It'll happen today, tomorrow, Friday. Country song or it ain't could happen. Be paying attention for that as well. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy in the house. What's up, buddy?
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you.
Let's go to the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Mike is standing by. Hello, Mikey. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How are y'all doing?
Getting after it. We're ready, buddy.
Yeah, I was, I'm sorry. I was listening to Red Eye Radio yesterday, and they were talking about this, and they brought up a good point I hadn't thought about. You know, when the federal government can't pay their bills, what do? They raise your taxes.
Yeah.
So they expect businesses to just eat this cost when they're not willing to do that.
Yeah. Well, remember, that's the problem. The government lives by one set of rules, and the people live by another set of rules, and that's the reason why you should limit their power at every turn. And I don't know when we changed our mind on that, but yeah, it was just like I was talking to the guys in the break. I mean, Bubba gave a very simplistic analogy. I'll give another one, but on the big picture, it still works the same. When you go to a concert, you know, everybody says, "My gosh, those T-shirts are $75." Well, I'll tell you why. Because first of all, there's the company that makes the shirts, and they have a cost on the shirt, and then they sit down, like Bubba said, and says, "Here's how much profit we need to get off of this T-shirt. So here is our price." Then they get to the arena, and the arena says, "We get 15% of all merchandise sales during this convention, this conference, or this concert." And you know what they do? They go over to now their iPad, where they've got all their products listed and how much they cost and how they swap them and all that. And they take their formula and they go 15% increase, and they raise the price of every piece of merchandise by the percentage of what they have to pay the house. Okay, and then, of course, their taxes, local taxes are factored in, all that. And they come up with the T-shirt price where that price includes the taxes they're paying, what they have to give the arena, and then it gets down, and they still walk away with the same profit they always intended to get. It's really no more. Yeah. That's not complicated.
No.
So all of this is passed along to the consumer because they're not going to change the profit margin. They're just going to make the price more. With just like this ridiculous hourly wage thing, that's going to be passed along to you and me.
It always has, Rick.
Right. And they're going to have fewer employees if they can't make that work.
Just like the government, when they, like the caller says, when they keep spending money and rolling out tree and on top of tree and on top of tree, and what do? They turn around for a tax increase because they got to pay for it.
And you would think a press secretary would have some concept of that, who's up there taking questions representing the government.
Well, they're never going to say that because they don't want to admit it.
Right. Yeah.
But you just act silly when you say stuff like she did. That's ridiculous. I mean, it makes you look very low intelligent. I hate to say it.
Let's go to Melanie in Alabama.
She's smarter than that to give that answer.
You sure about that?
No, I'm not saying I agree with her, but she is smarter than that.
Yeah. Do you think she's smarter than that?
I think she had to go out there and put lipstick on a really ugly pig.
Okay.
And tell everybody it was okay.
Melanie, go ahead.
I just wanted to let you know that I think it's your Hello Fresh commercial that you do.
Mm-hmm.
You're mispronouncing the plural of breakfast.
All right, let me tell you this. We're kind of done with all this. Y'all call up and tell us what words we say, what words we can't say. It's kind of like this. When you decide to support this show, you are agreeing that you're going to be part of a show where people don't say things right.
Right.
And you're just going to have to learn to live with that. You're becoming like a Pharisee. I mean, every time I turn around, y'all got something y'all want us to say. Hey, saved by grace through faith. Take your breakfast and go eat something.
Ma'am, what does Rick say and what should he be saying? I'm just curious.
I have no idea.
He is putting an ES on it. He is saying breakfasts, and it's just breakfasts.
What if you have multiple breakfasts? What is it?
It's just an S on the end.
Can I tell you what I'm excited about, though? This is good news.
Well, isn't that what she just said?
Yeah.
ES?
Breakfast. She said I'm saying breakfasts, and I should say just breakfasts.
Correct, yeah.
But
It sounds funny, but that I know.
Well, you know what? Do you know what the product does?
Yeah, it's in Jamil.
Okay, then. Then who cares? Okay, isn't that the point of the whole commercial? That you understand what it does? All right. Okay.
Look, Rick. I'm in marketing, and I didn't want your national person to call you and ride you up and down about a mispronunciation.
Can I say something?
Thank you, man.
Can I say something at the
Very
risk
kind
at the
of you.
risk of stating the obvious? I've been in marketing for 28 years, and I'm still here. Okay, and so obviously I'm pretty good at making that phone ring, but I appreciate the pointer.
Melanie, you know, really what that means is the people who are getting the message don't realize it's not being said
That's right.
either, or it's how they say
right.
it.
Yeah, what you have to realize is
the
this
rest of us didn't, you know.
Melanie, this is under the chapter in marketing, and I know you read this. Know your audience.
Right, know your audience.
That's what.
My audience says breakfast
What's
is.
your audience?
Yeah, my audience says breakfast is. If I try to do that S thing you had to, they would think I developed a lisp.
Breakfast.
Hey, we do.
Thanks,
look,
Mel.
like we said, we give C students hope all over the world.
That's right.
Thank you, buddy. And C students is a stretch. Sometimes I didn't even make that.
That was Rick. That was
I
was
was
kind of
excited
the,
for
that was
that.
kind of the peak.
That was a good 9 weeks.
If I made a C, you know, I thought, hey, I'm getting out of here.
I'm not going to get in trouble when I go
I'm
home.
going to make it.
Move the chains forward.
Great
fun.
job.
Thank you. There, I'll change it next time the copy comes around. I don't know if I can say breakfast. Breakfast.
Breakfast.
Marauders.
We could. I'm a marauder.
And I want some breakfasts.
Look, we said before, this show is a talk show
Oh, yeah.
hosted by people that can't talk.
But say breakfast like Mike Tyson, like he's suggesting.
breakfast.
See that now it sounds right.
Eat breakfast.
See,
I'm gonna point somebody over breakfast. I'm gonna point in the face. I'm having a hello fresh. Hello fresh.
All right, let's go to Austin and Montgomery. Austin, go ahead.
What's up, guys?
Austin, go ahead. Hey, buddy.
So, you guys are talking about Kmart, and like I collect Star Wars. I live by myself. I'm 21, and they put out stuff like for Toys R Us and Kmart and Toys R Us are. I don't know about Kmart, but I know Toys R Us. They have stuff in other countries, but I don't see why they continue to put stuff out if the stores are closed. I just find it kind of hypocritical and funny.
You find it to be what?
Funny.
Funny, okay.
No, the word before that.
That
What
word
was that?
before that.
Hypocritical.
Hypocritical. Okay,
Hypocritical.
yeah. I didn't want that woman to call back.
Yeah.
All right, so the
Because you can be hypocritical.
right. Well, you can be, by the way.
I've been happy.
So I don't even know what you just said, Austin.
You lost us at 21.
Austin,
collect these things,
Hey, Austin,
and I'm single.
let me just
I
say
can say
this.
it again.
Great point.
Great. Yeah,
Thank you for calling.
Are you saying some stores claim they have products, but you can't go get them?
Well, like Toys R Us is still up in Canada, and then they have some in Tokyo and Japan, and they still make stuff, but for people like in the U.S., you can't get it. And they still do it for Kmart. The last time they did it, I think, was 2014.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure when Kmart closed, but I know for certain they put something out around 2014 to 2012.
Hey, Austin, great point. Thank you for calling.
Hey, man, appreciate you, buddy. Appreciate you very much. Thank you. Did you?
I think that's the best thing to do. Just,
I never
just
got
say
it.
thank you.
And I think it may be on me.
Well, we're half paying attention. Kind
Is
of.
he saying they're making products just with their label on it, but the store is not there anymore?
They don't service the U.S. They're in Canada and Japan.
Can't you just get it online?
Why does a 21-year-old want toys?
Well, you see, they're collectibles. Say the word collectible.
Collectibles. Thank you.
Yeah, does that help?
It does a little bit.
Right. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There are a lot of It is 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. The old Rick and Bubba Show moving forward, and here we go. That's right.
It's time for your favorite part of the show. We call it It's a Country Song or It Ain't. With the wildest wranglers this side of the Mason-Dixon, Country Boy Rick and his buddy, Bubba.
Well, thank you so much, Erling. It is time for Country Song or It Ain't. This harkens back to the early days of the Rick and Bubba Show, brought to you by our friends at Chord Buddy. The Chord Buddy is the #1 guitar learning system in the world. It's like training wheels on a bicycle. Put that old Chord Buddy right there on the neck of the guitar, or as Bubba says, the guitar, and you can play it the first day. Just push a button and it holds chord for you.
That's right. You can practice and then go to eat your breakfasts.
Play guitar. Here's how it works, though. Look, this is not easy.
Bubba, it's not easy.
Bubba's going to read to you what could possibly be a country music song. Now, you're thinking to yourself, well, I'll be able to tell if it's a real country song or not. Well, not so fast. We are talking about country music, and so some of these titles may sound fake, but potentially be real. So you got to know your country music, and if you get 3 of these right in a row, the first winner, if we have a winner today, the first winner will win a Chord Buddy. All right, and then after that, if we get more than one winner, doesn't happen a lot, but if we do, then we'll get into some Rick and Bubba stuff from the Rick and Bubba store. So, Bubba, are you ready, sir?
I'm ready, sir.
All right, so let's start with Kyle in Columbus, Mississippi. Listen to us on 96.1. Kyle, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good, boys. How are y'all?
We're doing really good. So, do you know how to play Country Song or It Ain't?
I do.
Okay, all right, here we go. Title #1.
Every time we throw a party, she beats me to the punch. Country Song or It Ain't?
It ain't.
You are correct. It is not.
Hey, okay, all right. So let's continue. All right, so here we go. Title #2.
If you can't bite, don't growl. Country Song or It Ain't?
I'm going to go country song.
You are correct. It is.
Wow, I mean, he's continuing to go here. Could we get a winner on the very first call? All right, here we go. Kyle, this is the all-important title #3.
I've got a funny feeling I won't be feeling funny very long. Country Song or It Ain't?
Country song.
You are correct. You are correct.
Let me tell you something. That's something going right here. He didn't waste any time, did he?
Came out hot.
It came out hot. Congratulations. So here comes that question from the Chord Buddy that we're always very uncomfortable with. So which do you strum with your right hand or your left hand?
Right hand.
Right, your right. Okay. All right. So the Chord Buddy will come to you. You get a Chord Buddy. You get an instruction book. You get a free app, lesson plan videos, Chord Buddy songbook with over 100 songs, just for winning in Country Song or It Ain't. Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Kyle. Putting you on hold. Enjoy the Chord Buddy. He'll be playing the first day, Bo.
No, yeah, I know. I'm amazed at how well that thing works. I mean, it takes somebody like me that has no talent. I can even play a tune.
Well, you can. I mean, the very first day, just push your button and go. All right, so let's continue.
Bubba, not the best start to your outing here.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Look,
I mean,
there's
rusty.
a lot of leadoff hitters. You know,
he's rusty.
They normally score too, but
he's a little rusty. Let's go to Lee. Lee out of Evergreen, Alabama. Lee, welcome to Country Song or It Ain't. How are you, buddy?
Good. How y'all doing?
We're doing fantastic. All right, you ready? Here we go. Title #1.
If whiskey were a woman, I'd be married for sure. Country Song or It Ain't?
It ain't.
I'm sorry, it is.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
Now he's back. The arm was not. The arm was. It was cold. It was cold. He knew he was going to start, but he's got to get. Getting a little older.
Yep.
All right, so let's go to Erica out of Fultondale, Alabama. Erica, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good.
So, are you ready to play Country Song or It Ain't?
I am.
All right, here we go. Title #1.
It's the bottle against the Bible in the battle for Daddy's soul. Country Song or It Ain't?
It ain't.
I'm sorry, it is.
Oh, come on, man. You feel bad for the batters after the first guy.
I know.
You know, because now he's realized, okay.
Yeah.
I need to move the ball around a little bit.
Yeah, I got work to do.
Yeah, he thought he just could throw fastballs, and
Sure.
now he knows he really
About
can't.
to get out of the inning.
Yeah, got to throw a few sliders, got to move it a little bit. All right, so let's go to Bubba. Boy, you know this is the fourth batter. And you know where he hits from? Hueytown, Alabama.
Yeah.
Buddy.
Yep.
By the way, the number of Bretts that call this show amazes me.
Yes, yeah.
From all over the country. All right, Brett from Hueytown, Alabama. Brett, are you ready?
I'm ready. He's done warmed up, though, so I'm nervous.
That's all right, though. You're a ringer. You know how to hit the ball. All right, here we go. Title number 1.
I've got 4 on the floor and a 5th under the seat. Country song or it ain't?
Oh, my gosh.
It is.
You are correct. It is.
See, this guy, he's fouling it off. He's trying to get it dialed in. All right, here we go. Title number 2.
I've got red eyes from your white lies, and I'm blue all the time.
Oh.
Country song or it ain't?
That's got to be.
You are correct. It is.
Oh, standing in here at cleanup.
Yeah.
3-2 count. 2 outs. All right, here we go. Title number 3.
I've got the hungries for your love, and I'm waiting in your welfare line. Country song or it ain't?
That's tough.
I'm going to say no.
I'm sorry, it is.
Oh, he gets out of the inning. You know what? The guy in his mind, he was looking for a pitch that he thought he knew, and he threw something else.
Yeah, sure did.
You think he got caught flat-footed?
Yeah. He had his 2-strike approach, but he couldn't.
Right.
Too good of a pitch.
Did he get caught flat-footed, or did he swing and miss?
He swung and missed.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Is there anything worse to get rung up on flat-footed on third strike, just standing there?
Rick, it can't happen.
Golly.
Can't happen.
Alan in Nashville, Tennessee are by the Country Music Hall of Fame. All right, here we go. Alan, title number 1.
If you want to keep the beer real cold, put it next to my ex-wife's heart.
Oh, yeah.
Country song or it ain't?
I don't think it is.
I'm sorry,
Good
it is.
Oh, wow. You could go over and see it. I mean, he could walk over to the Country Music Hall of Fame and probably see that song.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a classic. If you want to keep your beer cold, put it next to my ex-wife's heart.
Yeah.
Golly. Well, Bubba, good stuff.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
I'd have rung him up more if I'd known it was the last one.
If you... Greg.
I was not ready for that. Oh, my gracious.
That was so good. That was so much better and produced so much more than I thought it would. There's paper laying everywhere. It really unfolded good. Oh, gosh, that's funny. But we did get one winner. So congratulations. I think it was Kyle that won the cord button. Everybody else got rung up. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, country song or it ain't. An oldie but a goodie. CandidCO.com/Bubba, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. Now, at CandidCO.com/Bubba, you can go there right now and look around. And what this is dealing with is if you have some teeth that you think need to be straightened, you want to work on your smile, you don't have a lot of confidence, you got, hey, you know what, the grill's a little jacked up, and so, but you're also thinking, I don't want to go do traditional braces, and maybe you kind of feel a little old for that, but I mean, this works for anybody. You don't have to be someone that's a little bit older. These are the removable, comfortable, practically invisible aligners, and it's a program that you can do from the comfort of your own home, or you can go to one of their studio locations if there's one near you. Either way that you can do it. Now, here's what separates CandidCO.com/Bubba from the others that try to compete in this category, is they are talking aligners, but they're also talking about your game plan being put together by a general dentist, not an orthodontist. Well, an orthodontist, I don't know about you. If I need something done, I want the person that's their expertise to do it, not somebody that says, "Well, yeah. I'm not really an expert on this, but I guess I could try it." I really don't want that. So you've got an orthodontist from the very beginning, same orthodontist puts together your plan the entire time. Now, if you go to CandidCO.com/Bubba, we're going to give you a teeth whitening for free. So we'll throw that in. And you're going to get $75 off the starter kit right now. CandidCO.com/Bubba with the code Bubba, and then go to the link, if that's easier for you, at rickandbubba.com there on the sponsors. All right, so Bubba, have we talked about the generals and all this stuff going on in our wonderful...
the top military Pentagon brass is appearing before the Senate this week, and they're also going over to the House, to the Armed Services Committee. And Rick, it's as ugly as you can imagine.
UGLY?
You ain't got no alibi.
You ugly. Hey, you ugly.
Now we're talking about the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley, the Secretary of Defense, Austin, and the Central Command leader, what is his name? I forgot.
How do you say his last name?
It's McKenzie, isn't it?
Oh, no, I'm talking about this. Oh, well, this is the guy asking the question. Never mind.
And
I don't know who these people
are. But I saw some exchanges yesterday that I thought, wow.
Is this continuing on what happened in Afghanistan?
Yeah, this is supposed to be what happened in Afghanistan. Who told the president what? Hey, Rick, what did he know and when did he know it?
That's right.
And everybody wants to know that. Who made and this was the bottom line from a lot of the senators yesterday. They said, look, I got a lot of constituents that pay taxes that buys your toys. And they are mad as hell because they don't know what is going on. They want to know who made this decision because it was a total dumpster fire. And then they tried to kind of spin it to, well, the evacuation that we did went very good because we pulled off an incredible feat. We got 120,000 people out in so many days. And then the senators, too, are trying to do the dance. We love the military, but you guys are running it aground. And who's responsible? And we have some of that audio.
All right, so let's start here with video 7A. This is Josh Hawley.
Yeah.
And he is
he's a tough one, too.
Yeah, he's a tough one, and he's talking to Milley and referencing Austin as well. So here we go.
All right, I just want to say this. It seems to me that you put a high priority on making sure that you were favorably portrayed by the D.C. press corps. You spent a lot of time doing that. Fair enough if that's your priority. But at the same time, we had a rapidly deteriorating, frankly, disastrous situation in Afghanistan, which resulted in the death of 13 soldiers, including one from my home state, hundreds of civilians, and hundreds of Americans left behind. And in my view, that mission can't be called a success in any way, shape, or form, logistical or otherwise. General, I think you should resign. Secretary Austin, I think you should resign. I think this mission was a catastrophe. I think there's no other way to say it, and there has to be accountability. I respectfully submit it should begin with you.
Wow. So
and look, that was all day yesterday.
Yeah.
And some of the Democrats wasn't any better. Yeah. I mean, Sidney Blumenthal, who is a big-time lib, he was hammering them too. So, I think that people are just wanting accountability. Who came up with this plan that was a total goofball. And Rick, they asked the questions. How are our allies looking at this? How are this? And, there just wasn't a whole lot of good answers. And you could tell the brass was trying not to say, we told Biden to do it this way, and he made his own decision, because they don't want to throw him on the bus. He's their boss.
Yep.
But it was clear that they all had opposed what happened and the way it went out.
Well, if you remember, right out of the gate, when this disaster was, we could see how disastrous it is. Right out of the gate, if you remember, there were military guys that were getting on saying we told them over and over and over again how to do this, and they disregarded everything that we said.
Yeah.
But now they're having to try to play protection because these are the military guys that are actually part of the administration.
And the guys playing politics are trying to spin this to blame Trump somehow. And they're like, Trump wasn't in office. Well, Trump set this goal up. He's the one that made this deal. He's the one that did that. And they point out, well, look, when the new administration came in, they overturned everything else he was doing. Why didn't they overturn this?
Well, plus, everybody was in agreement, including Trump, that we need to get out of Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Everybody's not talking about that. They're talking about how you got out of Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Now, I disagree. I don't think we should leave it.
I do, too.
I'm not in the school that we should have left Afghanistan.
I'm not sold on that either.
But anyway, Trump wanted to get out, and so did the Democrats.
And the point was made yesterday, the initial goal to get out was January 1, and the generals came to Trump and said, look, we can't do this. We can't. It's going to be unorganized. We're going to get people killed. Push the date back to June, and he did. And then when Biden came in and we were facing this date at the end of June, they were trying to get him to push it back, and he was not willing to do it, and that's why some of it was very chaotic.
All right, here's another, and I'm not sure, I know, let's see, it's
Jim Inhofe from Nebraska.
Nebraska. So that Missouri has got on him with Josh Hawley, and now we're going to Nebraska. So we've already.
This is just a few of many.
Yeah, and so here's another interaction with Milley, and also speaking to Austin. Here we go.
Oklahoma, I meant, not Nebraska.
Oh, Oklahoma, okay.
How many American citizens, is it your opinion, are still there? Just go down the line, each one of you.
Watch what happens here.
Anyone?
Senator, I would defer to the State Department for that assessment. That's a dynamic process. They've been contacting the civilians that are in Afghanistan, and again, I would defer to them for definitive numbers.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Others?
Just same as the Secretary just said. There were numbers at the beginning of this whole process with the F-77 report out of the embassy, and we know that we took out almost 6,000, I guess it is, American citizens. But how many remain?
Okay. Do all of you agree that Secretary of State Blinken, when he made his analysis as to how many people would be here but would still be there, he talked about the 10 to 15,000 citizens left behind, and then evacuated some 6,000. That would mean a minimum of 4,000 would still be there now. Would anyone disagree with that? By your silence, I assume you agree.
I have no. I personally don't believe that there are 4,000 American citizens still left in Afghanistan, but I cannot confirm or deny that, Senator.
So you think Secretary of State was probably wrong in his analysis?
Well, and you see what happened. They deferred to the Secretary of State. We're not in a position to comment on that. Talk to the Secretary of State. Secretary of State gives his numbers. Well, we don't agree with them. I mean, it's just all that constant bait and switching.
Yeah, he was doing some pretty basic math there. You said 10 to 15, so I'll go on the low number, 10. 6 got out, so there should be 4,000 left based on the number he just gave me. Well, I personally don't think that.
Right.
Well,
but you just said.
Right.
You just said.
Right.
10 seconds ago, ask the Secretary of State. Well, that's what he said. So do you agree with that or not?
Right.
Well, I did agree with it. Now I don't. I mean, 10 seconds ago.
Unbelievable.
So it's just, you wonder why our military involvement, and the people leading it looks like total confusion. Well, you just watch yesterday. And Milley, remember, he's the one that's been doing all the book interviews.
Oh, yes.
You know, he's got that, and he's woke, and he's all about it, and he's this and that. Well, it sounds like he needed to cut back his interviews and maybe help do some planning for Afghanistan withdrawal.
Yeah, well, here's the good news. Thank goodness, guys. Thank goodness.
If a private under them had turned in a performance like they had, they'd be peeling potatoes to the next century, okay? And these guys are going to walk out of here with more bars on them than you've ever seen. And look, I'm glad you got all your medals, but it really seems goofy to me when you can't even operate and run these operations. And it's just a joke. It's embarrassing.
Well, here's good news, Bubba. I know you may feel like our country is completely an embarrassment to the whole world right now, but here's good news. Nobody's put anything mean on Twitter.
Yeah, we got that.
So they're
I know. I love seeing those pictures of the military aircraft can't even take off because it looks like a herd of people in front of it.
Sure.
Hanging on to the landing gear and all that. That's good.
Nothing mean, and the good news is...
look, seriously, can soldiers be soldiers and get out of the PR business?
Apparently not.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number, and your phone calls can happen now. All 10 lines are available. I say, hey, hey, mama. So your phone calls come in, and we can get a lot of you rolling now, and lines are available. So if you dial right now, you will get in. The old buzzer will sound. Your time on the program comes to a close. If you hit the 30-second mark and no one has given you a timeout, there's only 2 timeouts, so it's not like these can be handed out willy-nilly. Only 2 people will actually receive a timeout. So you need to be ready to take your point and make it concise. Now, in a phone troll, we don't do meaningless shout-outs. We don't do shameless plugs. So if you want an anniversary, something, not here. You want a birthday, not here. You want to plug your business or something you like, not here.
Nada.
This is comments, questions, bringing information to the table, and that's it. And we're doing this to try to get a lot of information. Let's sit down at the table. Let's have some meat, and let's go. So let's start with Betty in Dothan, Alabama. News Talk 103.9. Betty, go ahead.
I live in Dothan, and we are very dependent and appreciate Fort Rucker very much.
Sure,
we all do.
Quite disturbed to learn that a very brave MD who's on active duty, Lieutenant Colonel Teresa Long, she's a brigade flight surgeon out there, and she is very upset about some of the flight physicals she's doing and the effect that the COVID vaccine has apparently had on some of them. And she's written an affidavit. It's in the news. I don't know if you have covered it. I haven't heard you covering it, but I don't get to hear every minute.
Betty, what was her name
I'm
again?
very concerned.
Betty,
Lieutenant Colonel Teresa Long, Long.
All right, let me see if I can break it down. You got a timeout, but we still want other calls to be able to get on. Tell me exactly what do you mean? What are the details? She's upset about what?
She is running across some really bad problems in the flight physical she's given.
The flight physical?
Flying. These are for pilots.
Right, and she's been given a physical.
She's been giving them physicals, flight
She's been
physicals.
giving it to them,
They're
okay.
Ready.
And what's happening?
And
what's happening?
Some of them are unfit, and it seems to be tied into their having taken the COVID-19 vaccine.
All right, that's what I was after. So you're saying that she's seeing bad side effects because they've all been mandated to get the vaccine, and while she starts giving them their physicals, she's noticing some side effects from the vaccine.
Yes, and she has issued an affidavit in support of a motion for, this sounds like legal jargon, and it is, for a preliminary injunction against further mandating the vaccination.
She thinks that they need to stop mandating it because she's seeing side effects, and while she's taking care of the medical health of the military there at that base.
And yes, I think I can't do it justice. I can send it to y'all.
Please do.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Do that. But I think I got the gist of what you're talking about.
Yeah, basically she's going against the grain here on the mandated
She's saying you need to
vaccination.
stop the mandate because I'm seeing some side effects, and we don't need to keep mandating this. And that's what this woman is saying that the doctor's saying. So we'll see. Let's go to Don in Decatur, 100.3 The River. Don, go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey.
I'm wondering why you guys have never had Tim Hawkins on. He's a Christian comedian.
Yeah, we're familiar with him. Haven't we had him on in the past?
I think.
It seems like we did have him on one time.
He's really good. I discovered him recently on YouTube.
Oh, really? Yeah.
He's been on YouTube about 10 years. He's recently appeared in Athens, Alabama.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Tim Hawkins. We've talked about him on the show before. I think we've even played that Chick-fil-A song of his, which is hilarious.
Is he kin to Steve Hawkins?
Is he what, Greg?
Kin to Steve
No.
Hawkins?
Yeah, we're familiar with him. He's been around a while.
Rick, back to Lieutenant Colonel, it's Teresa Long. She is basically making an affidavit coming forward, and she's claiming protection under the Military Whistleblower Protection Act that says that she has experience and she has facts that she's trying to bring forward about this. But the umbrella of this is she's claiming protection under the Military Whistleblower Protection Act, Title 10 of the Uniform Code. So, and that's all I can tell you right now. But there is a story about her out there.
Yeah, and she
Teresa,
and she wants protection as a whistleblower because
Yes.
she's going to whistleblow about side effects.
She is going to say some things that are negative toward the the mandatory vaccination of the military.
Guys, I've never seen this before on Google. When I Google her name, look at this weird warning that shows up. Oops, wrong input. Wrong one again. Where is it? There it is. There it is. There it is. Okay. So when I Google, and I've never seen this warning before on Google before, but it says it looks like these results are changing quickly.
Interesting.
If this topic is new, it can sometimes take time for results to be added by reliable sources.
Oh,
Wow.
Look out, Teresa.
Google is saying and showing here, hey, we like to pick and choose what we show you when you Google something.
I want you to think about that. Her comments are so controversial and now forbidden. Google won't even let you have access to them because they said we're going to make sure that we're going to find reliable sources.
Well, Rick, they are the orator of free speech right now, and that needs to be changed. There should not be someone who does that.
To Daniel in Birmingham, ZZK. Daniel, go ahead.
Daniel.
Good morning, Biggins.
Buddy.
I'm a FAA certified, FAA licensed pilot. I have a first-class medical that has to be done every 6 months because I'm over 40 years old. I've had the Moderna vaccine. I've had zero issues ever show up on my EKG or anything else.
Good.
I just want to put it out there.
Well, yeah,
Not saying that
but you know what I'm going to say to you? What Fauci would say? That's anecdotal. That's anecdotal.
I'm sure I'm a one-off.
Yeah,
but my
yeah.
Well, was he going to give us some more?
Well, what I'm saying is, if you're one person, well, then one person could call and say, "I had some bad side effects," and somebody say, "Well, that's
So, I can't believe you hung up on that guy. I wanted to thank him for his service.
Yeah, I did too.
Well, he had to do it in 30 seconds then, or somebody called a timeout.
I think he was just a pilot, guys. I think he wasn't in the military.
Right.
Well, then, what we going to thank him for flying planes? I am thankful for people that fly planes. though.
Sure, I am too.
Yeah,
Adler was he was kidding.
Yeah, I was jamming. We're out of time. Okay. Well, yeah, that's.
Dang clock.
Well, doggone it. Doggone it. The top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. If you leave us, have a big day. If you have more of the Rick and Bubba Show, then we'll do the top of the hour break, and then, Lord willing, more of the Rick and Bubba Show will continue. Thanks for being with us. The world was more bizarre than in my lifetime, anyway.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. A brand new hour has begun. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. We start another hour, and we look forward to chatting with you, breaking down the stories as we move through. O'Reilly Auto Parts, upcoming events. You can go to rickandbubba.com. You'll see that Greg's at the Crap Run coming up in Piedmont this weekend. And 7 o'clock?
The run, that's when the run starts.
Run starts, but you can hang out before that. The 17th of October, I'll be in Petal, Mississippi. The Pine Belt Baptist Association. And I look forward to speaking there. Coming up on the 24th, Man Church, Mangum Baptist Church in Mangum, Louisiana. Oh, I bet we're going to have ourselves a crawfish bowl. And so looking forward to being there as they are doing the men's discipleship strategy, and I'm honored to be doing one of their Man Church services. The Rick and Bubba 13th annual Rick and Bubba Summer Slam. Obviously, it's happening in late October, but we're doing it then because we were not able to do it. So if you want to be part of that, the details are there as well. And I did want to announce, we've been for the last 2 years done the Pursuit Men's Conference. Speaking of Dothan, Bubba, that's the woman that called from Dothan, and that now has started this Fort Rucker story. But it's in Dothan, Alabama. Be at the Civic Center. We'll do it again in 2022, but I'm going to announce the lineup today, and the tickets are now going on sale as officially today. So it'll be February the 18th and the 19th at the Dothan Civic Center. Jonathan Evans has been added to the lineup this year, and he's fantastic. I'll be speaking again. Andy Blanks from themanchurch.com. We'll be doing a session, and Charles Billingsley has been booked for the Pursuit Men's Conference. He'll handle praise and worship, and then we'll also be kicking off our third curriculum from themanchurch.com. Tickets are $30 a man. Go to pursuitmensconference.org. We've got that in show notes, pursuitmensconference.org for February 18th and 19th. Jonathan Evans, Andy Blanks, yours truly, Ulrika here from the show, and Charles Billingsley leading worship. We'd love for you to go ahead and make your plans to join us next year. Thank O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better prices every day. Do you have any update on that? Do you want to move on off that?
Let me give you the Bubba nutshell on this, and I'm still working my way through it. Teresa Long, Lieutenant Colonel at Rucker, she is a flight surgeon. She has to basically approve people who are going to be pilots to get in the air. And they have a higher standard, Rick, than we do just walking around,
sure.
obviously.
I hope so.
And she is quoting a couple of things here. Number one, the Aircraft Crew Training Program, ATP. She says, which they are told accept no unnecessary risk. And it goes with the fact that you're piloting an aircraft, and you have to have someone, you have to be above the odds to pilot an aircraft. You got to be sure that they're going to make it. They don't have health problems. And she's saying in this, and she is claiming whistleblower status, which means she cannot be targeted in her professional rank or the way she is handled at work, because she's bringing these claims forward. And she's saying as she went up the chain of command with this, she was getting pushback. So that's why she's claiming whistleblower status and now going public. She's following the book with it. Mm-hmm. And she is saying that, what is the, I can't pronounce it, myocarditis, is that it? The swelling around the heart, or the fluid around the heart? Mm-hmm. She's saying that it is very difficult to screen people for that in advance. And that if you have that, the vaccine can cause that to be a very bad problem. And that the mortality rate is about 20% at 1 year, 50% at 5 years if you have that and it's not treated. So she's saying that she considers it an unnecessary risk to vaccinate some of these 20-year-olds, not knowing if they have this disease already, because it could kick it into high gear, basically.
Well,
and she's saying we've got to screen these people for this before we give them this vaccine.
Right, and one of the reasons that's important.
And I'm nutshelling this, and that's kind of close.
Well, what's important is it certainly can occur because of other things, but I know personally families who their children who are in this age group, they got how do you say it?
Myocarditis.
From COVID.
Yes.
And so if they've already had COVID and they have this, to the doctor's point, and they're saying, look, I've got the natural antibodies, and oh, by the way, I got the heart deal, myo whatever. But she's saying if we force this person to get a vaccine, mandate it without screening this, this is going to be disastrous.
And she's coming
so
at
you can't
this,
just have some blanket mandate.
Yeah, she's coming at this from right out of the book, accept no unnecessary risk to putting a pilot in an airplane and flying them on behalf of the U.S. government. And she considers this an unnecessary risk to vaccinate the 20-year-olds without prior screening for myocarditis. And she's going through this, and again, she's claimed whistleblower status because she has been threatened and some other things when she tried to go through the official ranks.
So there you go.
So that story is just now bubbling out, and you're going to hear a lot more about it unless social media decides to kill it.
All right, so Adler, video two. So Kamala Harris, this is another one. Now, this is the Vice President of the United States of America, in case y'all didn't know that. Now, you may not know that because she's hard to find.
Yeah.
Okay, and I mean, she's very difficult to find. But we have a student here, and you're going to see this in the video. And this student is going to accuse Israel. Okay, now keep in mind we talk about things being anti-Semitic. Okay, this student is going to accuse Israel of ethnic genocide. Okay,
right,
in the presence of the Vice President of the United States, and people are not thrilled with Vice President Harris's response. So
the response, and while the student's talking, she's shaking her head like, okay, yeah.
Well, that's what I saw. Her response to what they're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
So here it is.
I see that over the summer there have been protests and demonstrations in astronomical numbers standing with Palestine, but then just a few days ago there were funds allocated to continue backing Israel, which hurts my heart because it's an ethnic genocide and the displacement of people, the same that happened in America, and I'm sure you're aware of this. And I bring this up also because of the issue of how Americans are struggling because of lack of health care, public health care, lack of affordable housing, and all this money ends up going to in funding Israel and backing Saudi Arabia and whatnot. And I think that the people have spoken very often in what they do need, and I feel like there's a lack of listening, and I just feel like I need to bring this up because it affects my life and people I really care about's lives, and this is just something I had to bring up.
I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did. And again, this is about the fact that your voice, your perspective, your experience, your truth should not be suppressed.
Well, that's a great answer.
Yeah, I understand.
Is there anything that means any less than what she said?
Well, and you got to be careful trying to be sharp by saying nothing, because sometimes an attempt to say nothing because you just accused Israel of,
genocide.
Right. You probably want to follow up with some kind of clarification that you're not saying that truth is not going to be suppressed.
So I mean, what we can deduce from what the young lady said, in her belief and her truth, as the vice president said, I like her truth. That's your truth.
Oh, yeah.
Find your truth.
Yeah.
No, there is a truth.
Yeah, thank you.
And everything else revolves around that.
Right.
She is saying because the U.S. is supporting Israel with $1 billion for the Iron Dome defense system, which keeps mortar rockets and other things from hitting their civilians, that somehow that is cheating American kids like her out of health care and houses.
Correct.
That's what she said. And
hard to hear with the mask on.
And we shouldn't be doing that because they are evil and commit genocide.
Correct. And the vice president nodded like, yeah,
right,
uh-huh.
Right.
And then after says, well, I'm glad you're saying, and
for your truth.
Your truth's not going to be suppressed.
That's right. That means a whole lot of nothing, whatever that meant.
But the only problem is the left tries to suppress other people's truths.
Yeah.
I mean,
now, what if she felt like that vaccinations shouldn't be forced on her? Would that truth be her truth, and would it be good too? Or Would we bury that somewhere?
Would they not?
Say you're a flight surgeon and you feel like pilots are in jeopardy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. You've got the Rick and Bubba Show, 28 years and still standing. All right, as we come back, Bubba, I went through this in Little League. I remember when I played Little League, people thought I was going to grow to the size of the Nephilim. I shot up at 12 years old. I was sitting right around 6 foot tall. And everybody was like, I remember towering over all the kids on the baseball team. I was as big as the coaches. And you do become a spectacle. And so we have, I remember going out for the 7th grade football team, and Mom was booing me. But anyway, so the look at that big boy. He should be out there. So anyway, but this 11-year-old, is it Naeem Powell, you think? That's the name, N-Y-E-E-M? Naeem?
Let's go with that.
He's 11 years old, and I want you to take a look at this kid. He is towering over the coach. Bubba, please look at Naeem. And he's 11 years old. Okay, please look at 11 years old. And he is a force to be reckoned with. And that is a big, big, big 11-year-old.
I bet you he's having time for his life out there.
Yeah.
He is almost twice as big as everybody else on the field.
Oh, yes. I mean, it's man, has he been blocked or blocked?
He ain't learning nothing out there. They need to move him up.
Yeah, well, Greg, then why are you?
He ain't getting better. They ain't helping him at all. Now, if he was just a big kid that wasn't very good, I get it. Because you have those kids just because they're big don't mean that they need to be up. But he's clearly got skill too.
Well, but I mean, he's playing up kind of high, but they all play up high.
Well, Rick, but look at him. Yeah. He ain't learning nothing. He can play up high and get away with it.
In other words, he'll never have that big of a size advantage when he gets older.
Unless
right.
he's a giant.
But you're just going to throw him out there with kids that have gone through puberty already?
He looks like he might have won.
You're right. Okay. All right, but no, boy, for 22, but God love you.
How about I like the uniforms of that team and the white there?
Do you like that one leg a little bit?
Yeah, I do.
That's a big guy.
I kind of like to see that uniform a little better look at it.
Mm-hmm.
7th grade. What? How old?
He's 11.
11. So what?
I was
put him
talking
in what grade do you think?
If he's 11, it's 6th grade.
6 or 7?
6th grade.
Like
that, yeah, 6th grade.
At least move him up to the 8th grade team, right?
But I mean,
you do have some people.
Yeah, I'm not saying put him on varsity.
But I'm talking when we were playing 6th grade ball. That's weight, right? In their weight limit. Or is this one of those leagues?
Normally, that's the last year of youth football.
Well, now, or they put just a limit on the backs.
That's right.
There are which I like that, Rick, because we did have some kids who were very big that had never played.
That needed
and
to
if you had to move them up, then they would never. But this kid obviously looks like he knows what he's doing.
I remember one thing. Everybody makes those rules, and it was a terrible situation. So I played in one of the boys. Both of them. Brooks and Brody played in a league that was at this age that was no weight limit, but if you weighed over a certain amount, you couldn't run the ball or anything like that. But they didn't think through kickoff team. No one ever made a rule on that. Now, they had to go back and change it after this. And the biggest kid out there, who was athletic, by the way.
You happened to get a hold of the ball?
He got on the kickoff team and went down on the kickoff.
Oh, no.
And, hey, Greg, I'm talking about running wide open.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was it was ugly.
Because you didn't get a head of steam.
Yeah, right. It was
Rick bodies flying.
Greg, once we kept loading kids into cars on the way there, it was like we got to change this route. So anyway, Adler also talked to us about this Tom Hanks movie of 2007.
Yes.
And there's a clip where the actor Tom Hanks is playing some character, and what's it called? Lambs and Lions, or
Lions for Lambs?
Lions for Lambs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I mean Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise and Meryl Streep are in this video.
He yelled through them.
So Tom Cruise gives a speech on what a disaster it will be if we leave Afghanistan. All right, in the movie. So here is the clip.
What is relevant is the implementation of a new strategy that will win this war. A war we cannot lose.
But we're not winning it.
Yet. This new strategy can change that.
How about a strategy to bring the troops home?
So leave.
That's not an option?
Okay, let's play this out. We walk, Afghanistan reverts back to the Taliban. Only now the Taliban has metastasized into something infinitely more vicious and potent because they're now 2-0 versus superpowers. They butcher the people who helped us, who voted, who were stupid enough to put their faith in our word. So call it not only the end of hope for tens of millions of Afghans, but the end of American credibility, the end of America as a force for righteousness in the world.
When did America
And when we're forced to
become-
go back in a couple of years, and please quote me on this, we'll be squared off against a shattered Iraq, a hopeless Afghanistan, and a nuclear Iran. How many troops are we going to need then? I guarantee you'll be adding some zeros.
Wait.
Where was Tom Hanks?
Well, Rick,
Tom Hanks, if you think that was a good speech, you should have heard what Tom Hanks said. He was stranded on the island in an airport when he said it.
He was.
Well, Rick, I don't think you had to be a savant to be able to see this. You know, I mean, if you've been to a ball game when the parking police wasn't in place, you see what crazy it gets. So, you know, it's without. I mean, wow. But it was very well done, the scene. I'll say that.
But I just want to know, honestly.
I wish Mike Rogers would show it to the generals today, testifying before him in Congress.
Do we think what we've done here is good and that we're really being sharp?
Well, that was one of the things they pushed yesterday. They said, well, the president said this was a overwhelming success. Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Well, that's yes or no?
But in all fairness, the president didn't know where he is.
No.
Mm-mm. I mean,
and they all
what?
admitted to, without saying it, that they did not endorse this plan. That they said they needed to leave troops there, at least 2,500.
You talking about the 2,500? You're talking about the 2,500 that were keeping peace already?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Had the country in check.
It's not like we still had left a bunch of people over there. We had 2,500, and that's all we needed because that gave the Afghan army the confidence, and they were still getting the training of the stuff that we had for them. And so we kept a presence there to keep stability. You know, it's something we've been doing since, World War II.
And the generals yesterday had pointed to when the president of Afghanistan bolted out without notice because several of the provinces were falling pretty quickly to the Taliban. Mm-hmm. The army was not fighting.
Right.
And he bolted out. Said they kind of said that was the linchpin for all the rest of them to go, hey, I'm out of here.
If you want to look at the stupidity of the current administration, the Homeland Security Secretary that we've already quoted, Mayorkas, this is a quote today. The rise of the Delta variant at the U.S.-Mexican border has surprised him.
Really? Do you think all those people carrying it that came in there and camped could have had something to do with that? If you're worried about us at a football game, what do you think that was?
They asked him about a surge on an unsupervised border with people coming from who knows where that are going unchecked. He said, I'm surprised by the rise in the variant at the border. He's surprised by it. How could you possibly be surprised by it?
Oh, my goodness.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Your phone calls coming in. We'll get some more of those coming up. MyPillow.com. Right now, they've added bathrobes, sleepwear. I told you about the quilts. And they have some great colors and styles. They're all made from 100% U.S. upland cotton. The reaction from you has been outstanding. So if you haven't seen these new items, or you want to go get some of the classic items, and you want to save big, then take the promo code BUBBA to MyPillow.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. You can go there. And you can, there's also My Store. Have you gone there and checked that out yet at MyPillow.com? The My Store. These are some entrepreneurs that it's like an attempt to compete with Amazon a little bit, because some of these entrepreneurs may not have access to the Amazon audience. But My Store, these are products that are produced by entrepreneurs that you may be interested in as well. So go to MyPillow.com right now. Tote that promo code BUBBA with you. Look at the great items that are there. Go check out My Store. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So, Greg, I know, do you want to give a birthday shout-out for Chloe?
Greg, we discussed that earlier.
Chloe, your dog?
Yeah, she's 14 today.
Mm-hmm. Are you
same birthday as Caitlin's?
How about that?
Do you have a big day planned for Chloe the dog?
I know nothing out of the
14
ordinary.
years old.
A little extra chew toy today.
Yeah, maybe a little more chicken.
I'm gonna wear a little birthday hat. I'm gonna wear a little birthday hat.
We're gonna put a little more chicken on her food.
I bet when she gets sideways, she pitches a fit.
Oh, buddy. Yes, so she can crank it up.
So 14.
Well, she's done got old, so
14 years.
Yeah,
isn't it funny? We have little wolves.
It's a lot of dogs.
Little wolves living with us inside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Chandler, Chandler wanted a dog that she could haul around in like a carrying case. But Chloe's supposed to come in about 3 or 4 pounds. She ended up ballooning up to about 12 to 13. So, not so much for the carrying case.
Would you like to sing Happy Birthday to Chloe?
No, that's okay. She don't care. If she was listening, maybe she don't know how to operate the radio.
Would you have to bark it like a dog singing?
I asked him.
Sweet little Chloe.
Look at that.
Yeah, there's Chloe. She don't get around quite as well as she used to. She used to could run, and she could get big air. She could jump.
How many ailments does she have?
She's had a few ailments over the years, but she's still hanging in there. 14. I've never had a dog live that long.
No, Greg, and you know why? Because the way we grew up, the dogs were out in the yard, and guess what happens to dogs out in the yard?
Yeah, usually not good.
Dogs and cars don't go good together.
I didn't realize her and Caitlin shared a birthday until Lisa pointed that out
That's
to
a
me.
big day.
How about that?
You don't really know if this is his dog's birthday.
No, well, according to Lisa, it is.
Nobody knows.
Rick, you don't think
is it the day?
And it's crazy. Caitlin's getting a rawhide chew toy too. I mean, what's the irony of that?
When you buy it, they give you that card and it says when they're born and all that. Who knows? But so you're saying maybe not.
No.
How about this? It's in the general area.
People don't know when dogs are born.
Don't get him sideways
keep
on
up
this.
with that stuff.
Hey, Greg, they could tell you anything.
Well,
How you going to prove it?
They could. But yeah, she's real excited about her birthday.
Greg, for all you know, somebody was walking around and said, "Now, when did she have him puppies?" And everybody said, "I think it was Thursday."
Well, Rick, I get that.
Okay.
But
I know you don't like dog years, but I think
the dog's 14. The dog is not.
and that's old for a dog.
I think it's 98, Rick.
No. See, dogs just don't live as long as humans.
Yeah.
14's 14.
Yeah, 14 to a dog is elderly.
Well, you know, my dog's 10, but really, I mean 70. No, it really doesn't. It means 10.
It's a 10-year-old dog.
Yeah, dogs just don't live as long as people.
Yeah.
Okay. You can say that's an old dog,
breed.
and you're right.
All right, 72 is for small breeds is what Chloe really is.
Yeah,
she's 14. They just don't live as long. 14 is
7.
old for dogs.
I thought it was 7. Is that right?
When we
Is that
brought her
what it comes
home,
out to?
she would fit in your palm of your hand pretty much. She was that little. Yeah, she was tiny.
Well, you don't know what day she was born, though.
Well, I don't know. I know she was tiny.
It's the day we choose to celebrate.
Okay, but anyway, she's around 14, give or take.
Well, I'm talking about give or take days, not years.
Yeah,
sure.
I think they would probably know the year.
Yeah, they probably got that right.
Within a week or two.
But you know what I mean. If you're a breeder, they litters dropping everywhere. Somebody says, "Now when was this born?" I think Thursday.
Rick, I hope Lisa's not listening.
Well, I think
she'll have to call you out.
No, it's Chloe's official day, so it doesn't really matter. And Lisa and I have our little birthday. She had hers last weekend.
Yeah.
And then mine's coming up Sunday.
Well, there's birthdays everywhere.
I hope you're as special to me as you are to this dog.
Yeah.
kind of.
Be a little special to you, big brother.
Hey.
For all that he's done.
Hey, get him to use the voice he uses.
I don't have a voice.
Do you do a baby voice to the dog?
I don't have a
Yes,
voice
you
to the
do.
dog.
Look at him. He's going to do it.
I don't have one.
You do too.
That's real deep.
You come home and the dog, of course, it can't move anymore. But when it could move, and it made
she can move.
Well, did you
Yeah,
say?
you give her a bath, she
right
comes
now,
to life.
right now, Chloe is moving towards you. What do you say? And how do you say?
Hey, Chloe, what's happening?
You don't do that. You do not do that.
I don't know. I bark at her actually.
Hey, you know, I take.
Give me a glue, yeah.
Where with the Chloe? You're 14-year-old. You have birthday. Daddy's home. You have a birthday, Chloe.
Is it amazing to you how much dogs sleep?
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
they sleep all the time.
Sleep all.
I mean,
Honestly,
even when they're little. I mean, after that first year, they still sleep a lot when they're young.
Yeah, they sleep.
my dogs.
But boy, they come to life. Ring that doorbell, and it is 0 to 60.
That's when Chloe broke her leg. There, that one is.
And you thought that was the end.
Yeah, that was one of her health things.
But how about how about the?
That was one of them.
I wasn't expecting that.
Can I tell you this?
She walked around that calf. You
My
hear her
dog-
coming. Clip, clop, clip, clop.
My dog's life, which I think the dog is somewhere between eight and 9. The dog's life, it's. I mean, they don't do anything, but lay there on that
Just chill.
wherever they lay, and then they move when it's time to eat. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Or to get up and bark at
Or
somebody.
go to the bathroom.
Yeah, or go bark at somebody.
Right. Yeah. And the
Yeah, she can't jump up on stuff like she used to could. But
well, plus they also don't have the ability to reason because I know some people disagree with that, but I'm telling you, I've seen it because my dog for the last, let's see, it was a puppy, so probably 8.5 years, this dog still thinks it can catch birds. Still.
oh yeah,
And he cannot learn it.
never learned.
I mean, he runs at them every time, and they
Yeah.
just simply fly up into the trees, and he's like, I didn't have again.
He thinks this is the time that I'm going.
Hey, today's the day. Today's the day.
He'll get after a bird or a chicken, won't he?
Oh yes,
He
Yes,
likes
will.
chicken.
They can catch them.
Yeah, well, he liked the fact that somebody decided to take things with wings and put them in a cage.
Yeah.
He thought, today I've got a shot.
Yeah.
Greg Burgess.
Is that
Are we
a
gonna
tutu?
ignore that?
Now here's what happens with that.
Greg?
It's like
that
one of them-
dog has a tutu.
That was all as a joke at first, but and she's calmed down. But used to she go nuts if anybody came in the house. She didn't like anybody. You put that on her, it called her. She'd sit there and not move, wouldn't bark or anything.
That's funny. I would too.
Because
if
she
you put
didn't
that on
know.
me.
She didn't know what it was. It
Yeah.
scared her.
It would call her. She'd just sit there.
So you would put on. You would put on the dog tutu anytime company was coming,
You had
so
to.
she wouldn't go nuts.
Yeah, she'd go crazy.
But she would just stand there and look at him and
She'd
wouldn't
just
move.
stand there and just kind of cower.
Yeah, I've tried to teach Buddy. All right. So the
It
bird.
worked.
Greg,
It's like one of them jackets they put on to calm them down during thunderstorms.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you
yeah,
have
that's
a
right.
tutu.
Okay, I've actually gone after Buddy, and I said, now before I open this door, okay. First of all, the bird thing is a dead end.
Yeah, don't
Okay?
even try.
So now let's talk chipmunk, because your approach to the chipmunk is all wrong too. Run where the chipmunk's going. Don't just keep going right behind it. Go like you're going behind it. When it flushes, now cut it off.
Yeah, cut it off. Cut it off.
I can't get him to learn that.
No.
Really?
He doesn't know his angles.
His angles are terrible.
He couldn't play safety.
No, his
had to go
angles.
through
His angles
angle
are
drills.
terrible.
I bet you he just chases the ball and he's rolled out in the
You don't
outfield.
take deepest drop.
Right. Yeah.
He's on the backside. He's got to take the deepest drop.
I've had people show up to do work before, and they'll start hearing the dog bark, and I said, look, just open the door, and when you open that door, he'll have no game. He'll have no plan. He's barking at you. As soon as you open the door, he'll come over and just sit back and sits where he came from. Like, man, gosh, he came in.
Wow, now I got to deal with it.
My plan was to scare him off. There's nothing I can do now. Matter of fact, this looks more difficult than a chipmunk and a bird.
Yeah.
So it's just there it is. Chloe's birthday today, the celebration. Y'all gonna do cake?
We are, Rick. Yeah, we're going to sing.
You can go to one of those pet stores where the.
I'm thinking about going to get them like Buddy and some of the other dogs, put them in and have a surprise party. When she
Oh,
walks
that'd be
in.
nice. You got to bring something special home now.
Yeah, she cares.
There's a pet store right over there.
Has Chloe's got Buddy's card yet? It may not come till tomorrow.
She can't read his handwriting.
Right. Hey, listen, we're laughing.
I know.
He'll bust in the house every now and then. She ain't big on
Oh, really?
it. Nah,
Is she vaccinated?
Yeah, she is.
Greg, is she vaccinated and a booster?
Yes.
At her
She's
age,
got the antibody.
at her age, she qualifies for a booster.
I know.
Oh yeah, you can get it right now. People are standing by. They haven't really addressed that yet. The fact that dogs can carry it and pass it, even though they don't get sick from it. Have you heard anybody talking about that at all?
I remember early in it, I remember them talking about people that had a dog that had it. The whole family had it and the dog.
Yeah, they're kind of like fully vaccinated people. They can still pass it. All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're phone trolling our way out at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so you got plenty of topics to talk about today that you've already heard. You can bring up topics that you would like for us to discuss. That's the beauty of the phone troll, and it's also the beauty of us having 10 lines available here at the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. 10 of them, baby. 10 big ones. So if you start moving, you will get in at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and because of the phone troll, we'll buzz them, and we'll keep them phones moving, and you shouldn't be in line too terribly long. All right, so we'll start moving. Let's start with someone, Bubba, that is just going by the name Coach. Coach is contacting us, 30 seconds a pop. Yeah, Coach is out of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Coach!
Hey, guys, what's going on?
Good, Coach. How are you today, buddy?
I'm good. We came to visit y'all back in July when you had the golden ticket seats available. I was from D'Albertville, left y'all some shirts. But, anyway, you talk about your dog getting out chasing birds. I got a funny story. My dog, when he goes outside, he immediately goes to the trees where the squirrels are. And he busts out of there every day and chases those things. But one day he had left a stuffed animal out there under the tree, and he thought it was a squirrel. And he hauled tail after that thing, and when he got about 3 feet from it, the squirrel didn't move, and it looked like he hit a brick wall. So it scared him to death.
Yeah, they're awful big until whatever they're after just goes, okay, I'm in. Whoa.
Yeah, what are you doing? I thought we were doing this
I
chasing thing.
I saw a video where a dog was trying to run a wolf out of a pasture. And the wolf is running from the dog, and then all of a sudden stops and turns, and that dog hightails. Did you see it? Like a German Shepherd or something. Yeah. He was digging, and that wolf was after him. He didn't want
no. Don in Meridian listening to us on the buzz. Hey, Don, how you doing?
Howdy doody, R&B.
How you doing,
buddy? Great. Wanted to warn you, deer season about to open, walking through the woods. They're full of spider webs. I almost broke my arm trying to work my way out of a spider web.
Yeah, I got so many spider webs on my vehicle yesterday. At one point, it looked like I was driving through a spook house.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Looked like cotton. Looked like cotton on my
windshield. They were hanging all over that thing. And I'm talking about some big ones, too.
They hit you in the face, and you go.
Yeah, so they're everywhere.
You know, too, I don't know what it is. Spider webs around water are even worse. If you ever been around a boat or a boat dock, they are everywhere. They're bad now, but they are always bad around water, and I don't know why that is.
I was driving in the little car, in the cart, the ATV, and I mean spider webs are hanging all off the side of them. Some of them still have spiders swinging.
No.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's go to John. John in Menlo, Georgia. John, go ahead.
Hi, what's going on, Rick and Bubba?
Fired up and ready. That's all we know.
I hear you. Hey, serious business. Are y'all still wearing the mask, or is recommending them?
Who us?
Like, yes.
Who's wearing?
Where? Like in here?
No, like a store. Any kind of store?
No.
Well, it depends on the store owner. If they require it, you have to wear it to go in, and I meet that obligation. But the ones that say it's optional, usually not, and most places we don't.
Yeah, the only place I wear a mask is if they tell me to.
That I have to. Yeah. If they say optional, that means I don't have to.
Yeah, if it says preferred, I don't wear them. So I do not put them on unless I have no choice. JR and Foley. JR, go ahead.
All right, guys, I wanted to ask you about phone pranks. I know y'all used to do them, and I was wondering why you stopped doing them, and did one go bad? If it went bad, what happened, and what's the funniest one y'all ever did? And I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, the reason why we've stopped doing them is the FCC has made it impossible to do them well. Because in the early days, you could pick up the phone, you could call somebody. You didn't have to tell them they were on the air. Yeah. You didn't tell them you were doing anything. It's actually kind of ruined drive-through password too. Yeah. Is that it kind of takes it away if you have to let the person know that you're a radio show calling and that they're on the air. So then you could go record them But then even when you record them,
you got to get permission.
You got to get permission and
document all that.
And can I hit you with this? The line of people standing around after the show says, "Now let's stay and make some prank calls and record them," is not very long, including me. I'm not in it. And
last time we did it, we were snowed in.
Yeah, we did
we
that.
couldn't leave.
And
we did that.
And so at one time, Bubba had me a little setup at home that I could do them at home and record them and get permission. And that's when we started the Dickie and Admire stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That actually came out of a telemarketing deal. But then that system used the DATs, so we don't do that anymore.
Who dat?
So it's that's why there was no real incident. Now, some of the funniest ones, gosh, I think when when we were doing, I remember we did one with Southwest Airlines about them starting to charge for a second seat.
Yes.
And so I pretended to be a husband that was trying to get the measurements.
Yes.
And then I pretended to measure my wife's rear end. And the guy chuckled, and I got on him for laughing.
What are you laughing at?
You think that's funny? You laughing at my wife? And no, sir. So that was pretty funny. I like that one. What was the one I'm sorry, we did that to Speedy. When Bubba and I called into a swap shop that you were on.
Oh, yeah. Somebody gave my number out and said I had free goats and I was going to sell my Bronco.
Get rid of a Bronco because of a nasty divorce.
Yeah. There was a ton of them. There's a ton of Dickie and Admires on Best Of.
Oh, yeah.
But a couple of them, we would always say, hey, you're live on there. And then go on because legally we said, hey, you're live on the air.
Yeah,
but then afterwards you have to go, okay, do we have permission? So you had to, and then no, I don't have permission.
And if you,
who do I gotta go through?
If you kind of pulled a good one on them, a lot of times they're not as willing to do that.
No.
But, Rick, I don't do them personally because I get to laughing so hard I can't do it. And I even get to laughing when I was around you doing it. So I can't be around you. Now, I laugh hard once we do it.
So the bottom line is prank calls are so hard to produce now, they're just kind of,
They took all the fun out of it.
When I heard Coach Johnson called in a local snow-in show, oh my God.
Who got that?
And I was screaming. You remember, Rick? I kept screaming, I'm 5-0.
By the way, yeah, you're right.
That was 7 years ago, by the way. 7 years ago.
Was it really?
Yep.
We called the...
Yep.
Well,
Greg, there's no need to get in all
We don't need to go into all the details. Not important. They may not realize that was
so
all
funny.
that.
Alan in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Alan, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering if y'all seen with that Marine that got fired for posting a video on social media about the Afghanistan withdrawal.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, his family says he's been put in jail right now.
He is. He's in there
awaiting a trial.
So what did he do?
He's the one that came out and spoke out and said that
about the way they handled leaving.
It's been an embarrassment the way things are handled.
So he could get arrested because he's still in the military?
Well, they told him to be quiet and don't say anything.
So they're
else.
court-martialing him?
Yeah. The Marines have him in jail right now.
Well, there you go.
And,
you agree.
Okay, so but like I say, we're going to court-martial him. He's sitting in a jail, and we got these three clowns up on that are getting a big paycheck and writing books.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And woke.
Mm-hmm. I mean, say your joke here, but Tucker Carlson had his attorney on last night.
I don't have
go
to
ahead and
joke.
say it. I know Speedy's watching.
No, I know.
I don't get him every night, but when I do, I tune on over and go, I wonder what's going on. I was going back and forth between the Braves, the Phillies, and Tucker.
Hang on, I got to
and
I'm calling Tucker.
Rick.
Hey, Tucker, it's Rick. Look, if you're going to stop abruptly, let Speedy know.
That's not
Rick,
true.
like
That's
this.
the running joke.
Hey, Tucker, if you talk to Calvin, I want you to know.
Okay. But his attorney said just that. So we got this going on. But yet he just says that we could do better and blah, 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 and he's in jail. With criminals, by the way. He's like locked up.
Yeah. No, it's like I say, it's a sad state. It really, really is.
Y'all something else.
How's Tucker doing?
He's doing good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.